Good evening, pigeons. Welcome back to the Pigeon Coop, and welcome to Limbus Company Week. Oh boy, exactly what I didn't want to happen, and the reason I was going through such endurance streams, but multiple factors conspired against me to ensure that I must. And so, yeah, here we are. Number one, for those who were not here last Sunday, we had a nice long 15-hour stream. Regardless of what YouTube says, it was in fact 15 hours. We got through the entirety of Canto 6. We made it through the first intervallo. And then we started on the second intervallo, but I had to call it quits after that. Not necessarily because, not just because we've been going for 15 hours, I would have gone longer, but for whatever reason, Project Moon just suddenly decided for these intervalos and none of the intervalos before that voice acting is stupid and voice actors are smelly, and there was no voice acting in either of the two intervalos. So I get to intervalo 1, I've already been streaming for 11 hours, and now all of a sudden I gotta read paragraphs worth of text. Ugh. By the time I finished the first intervalo, my throat was just shot. I was like, that's it, we're done. We out, bro. Can't do it. So I had to stop. And thank God I actually stopped, because apparently, if you stream for more than 12 hours, YouTube just cuts off the excess. Doesn't make it a separate VOD, just removes it from existence. Found that out the following morning. I wasn't happy about that. Like, I know for Streamlabs, for example, if a recording gets too long, it stops that recording and picks up a new recording right where it left off. You literally can't even tell. Oh, speaking of which, I need to start recording. Boosh. There we go, recording. But, yeah, YouTube is just like, he doesn't need that extra 3 hours of footage. So, yeah, if you did for some reason watch that entire VOD and wonder why it suddenly cuts off in the beginning of Intervallo 1, that's why. Because YouTube is poop sometimes. So to catch you all up, and spoilers for Intervallo, I don't even know how many however many intervals there are between Canto 6 and 7. We started leaving T Corp. We got stopped by the T Corp officials because Dante slowed down time, and therefore we accumulated billions of dollars worth of time tax. And so we had to go work off our debt by hunting down a distortion, which we did. And it was all well and good. It was all good fun. And yeah, and now we're on our way to the next wing, which, if I recall correctly, was P Corp. We're going to the P Corp wing, and we're not just driving there. No, absolutely not. That would be too easy. We're taking a warp train. Oh boy, I can only imagine good things await us on the warp train, because nothing bad ever happens on a warp train. So we got on the warp train. We apparently have first class tickets, so the plan was to skip that good time, but something is wrong, because of course it is. Something is very wrong. We just got woken up in our pod by Faust, and that's where we left off. So we did the very first cutscene of the second intervallo, and that's where we are. So we're going to finish the second intervallo and part 1 of Canto 7 today. I believe part 1 ends on chapter 19, if I recall correctly. I looked it up. So we're going to do that. And then tomorrow we'll do part 2 of Canto 7. And then, of course, Labami Corporation, brief break to play Labami Corporation on Saturday. And then we'll finish up Canto 7 and whatever intervalos come after on Sunday. Cool. And nothing can go wrong. I've been doing some grinding in between to try to get everyone beefed up a little bit. I got Don, Isang, and Ryoshu up to max level. I've been leveling up Merceau a bit. I started leveling up Gregor, and then I just stopped. I was just like, Gregor's just not good. It doesn't even matter. So I'm still somewhat underleveled on average, but we're gonna do our best. Yeah, it's quite annoying, Megalomaniac. I found out the hard way, but oh well. So that's why I have to split the streams up like this. So Limbus Company essentially the entire week. I'm sorry about that. I really didn't want to do that, but my hand has been forced. Alas. I am so looking forward to this intervallo. I would say this is the intervallo I've been looking forward to the most because we've had the most build up to it for Don Quixote as a character. Like, one of the negatives I brought up on Canto 5 as a negative in terms of a story was that we never got any kind of hint towards this kind of bloodlust that Ishmael has. You know, and that was kind of drove me nuts a little bit. It just feels like something that they wrote on the spot rather than something that's always been there. But with Don Quixote, we've had these kind of insights into... Oh, I accidentally hit a button. Don't mind me. Hold on. I'm still talking. We're not playing the game yet. We've had these kind of insights into Don Quixote. You know, we've had in Canto 2, we had that moment where she tried to do that dance for the casino workers to, like, pass their test or whatever, and they called her out for putting on a facade, and you could see her like knightly facade drop for a minute because they called her out, and that was so interesting to me. And then in Canto 3, when Virgilius was disciplining her, shall we say, you know, that he was alluding to what happened the night she was recruited and a deal that they made. So, ooh, mysterious. So, lot of build up to Don Quixote's Canto in particular. So I'm very excited to see what we're going to get. And yeah, so we're going to see. Yeah, I'm not necessarily against splitting up generally. It's just I knew that I didn't want like my weeks to be only Limbus Company. I wanted to like bring attention to other games and such. So, oh well. Limbus Company is going to subsume my life this week. I never stole them. They were my boxes to begin with. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's hop on into Limbus Company, shall we? Let's resume the intervallo. All right. Oop, there we go. All right. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is... I forgot there's no bloody voice acting. Oh, God. Yeah. A lot of reading in my near future. Project Moon, why have you done this? Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from that, which is her boots. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them. I've got nothing. Oi! Know anything about what they're asking? Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Marceau with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design. I'm not going to do that voice the whole time. Philosophy that draws from their respective nest architectural idiosyncrasies. It could be said that many critics in the relevant fields praise the warp train station as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. Hang on 1 second here. Sorry about that. I have no idea what happened, but Heathcliff started treating Marceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Dude does know everything. Marceau! Young Marceau! Lo! Is that passenger over yonder from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends, often visible in the outfits of Western of the Western population. That individual's cloth-based style is something ubiquitously observed throughout the population of North and South. They are largely concerned with to be considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must take a record of thy lectures. I'm hope, except for one part of it. Oh boy. I really like the, I think that's every Canto, really. I really like all the Cantos except for like one part in particular. Except for Canto 4. I like every part of Canto 4. The only negative I hold against it is that there's too many filler fights, but they weren't a problem. Trying to think, what can't remember the Canto 5. I only hold like a story point against it. Canto 6, the only thing I really hold against it is that the Heathcliff dying, you lose mechanic. That's just stupid. What wisdom thou hast to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied in a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits. Understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. Ooh. Ah! 3 seconds of screaming duet. One of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. Yo, one talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant on my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who've never even seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition only to lose my target. Now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. This dude just like me for real. Yeah, guys, isn't that obvious? You've never been on a warp train before? And the round trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might seriously get hurt if you keep swinging those forearms around, each holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still but for a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Oh, yes, yes. Stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Well, you know what? Props to him. He did stay for a few minutes like Don requested. Ah, indeed. 'Tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. Hey, man. I guess there really are a lot of people in the city with full-body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? Will the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp. Policy demands that fixers bestowed with a color title must board a train specifically prepared for them instead. That's interesting. I guess it makes sense. I'm sure like reassembling their genetics is really hard. Oh, are you like running the first class plus or something? That's a color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. Cannon wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi will be lonely. I've told you before, Cannon. 3 separate times, actually. Each time I bought you one of those candies. That people aren't allowed to board the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes. Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. I wonder what Virgilius had to do to give Karen the same treatment that he's getting. Like, I get that he's getting it as a color fixer. I can speculate as to why, but I wonder what strings he had to pull to make sure Karen got similar treatment. Because I bet you dollar to donuts that he would not leave the station standing if he was going to be separated from her in a warp train. Damn. Whoa, hey, my colors are starting to come back. Hey, these must be fabled complimentary food and drinks of the first class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like this gotta be included with that same pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive looking sizable capsules. I actually didn't know they gave you food and drink. Why? Whatever. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? Guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Ah! Savior of the universe! Sorry. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues.
I'm working on it. So I always picture Dante's voice, like, because of all the fire coming out of his head, I always pictured the method, or rather how the sinners hear his voice, kind of like the crackling of a fire, you know, that really soft sound. And I'm still, like, tweaking it. I've never got it to where, like, oh yeah, that's perfectly, like, how I envision it. I'm working on it. That's a little different every stream as I tweak it. ASMR God. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by ice crystal growth of our molecules.
Missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware. Even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem.
We've got some real talent in dragging out something that's simple. Yeah, it's safe. It's just so many words. Seriously.
Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field.
Oof. Got him. Got him so good. I don't even think he knows he got. Okay, but it still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer.
As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that I could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain information in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay.
They don't call first class for nothing, I guess. P-Corp's way up there in the northernmost city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Alright, prepare thyself, Rocinante. Thus begins the long jaunt.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask, Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes?
Yeah. No, I mean, like, think back to when we were inside that whale.
Oh.
When that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything.
Yeah.
Do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleshy gunk out of our clothes?
This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah.
Right? And do you also remember how Don Quixote never took his shoes off once during that whole ordeal?
Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy.
I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of a beloved steed?
Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though.
Then thou shalt know, starting now. Behold, hearken to it, and remember it well.
Don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Whoa, have you been on one of these, Otis? I have been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over.
Hey, Climax, welcome back to Pitch and Coop. Hope you're doing well.
Otis, who is sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
Hey, you're confident that no accidents ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yeah?
In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgivings among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred on board warp trains will not be shared.
That's the no.
Wait, what the? Oh, I think we're leaving soon. This is for warp train PW-612 bound for P-Corp. Boarding period is ending soon. The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier. Then, let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late.
Why isn't this?
The other sinners made it into their capsules no problem, but I felt I was the only one who's fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante?
So...
Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back and... Thus expertly guide me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before. Then, press the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, okay? I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the latch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment." Dante, you must wake up, Dante. One thing I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. That something had seriously gone wrong. Oh boy. Yay, horrors beyond my comprehension. Let's go. Oh boy, I don't want to go back to the warp train. No.
We're here already. Well, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. Really all happened.
Dante, did you miss the part where she said something has gone wrong? As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which, I suppose, is why I didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree.
So, this trip is still running.
Yes.
Where?
I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension, coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive deep breath from sheer horror at the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation.
But it's all just a part of the plan, right?
That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. You don't say. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already? Man, really happened in the blink of a... No, we're not having this conversation again. Oh, what's this? We're here already? No, poor Faust. Guys, please. No. Oh, no. just straight no. Just not even giving me a chance. No. Oh God, I've never empathized with Faust more in my life than I do right now. And I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer and a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, low silence. Which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. And that brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running, and we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Ooh, what about that strike of me quite dramatic? More importantly, Are you saying that you already knew this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you? Huh? The sinners each began to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What, are you insane? It's not like we could just retreat or jump out the door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in nearly immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Faust, well, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. What's up with that? Les looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. All right. I'm going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down, then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. That might be difficult. Let's hear her first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. Suppose it was Marag really ever did anything. Hey, he's learning. This is another thing I love about this game is the character development. The characters do not remain the same after their Canto. You know, we see Heathcliff becoming more patient and becoming a bit more open with us. We see, you know, Yi Sang in a similar way. He's becoming more involved with the group. You know, I love the character development. Thank you. Then, after some time... Oh, Xena's here! I'm sorry, what did I do? I didn't mean to upset the head. Whatever I said, I'll take it back. Welcome to Pigeon Coop, Xena. I hope you're doing well. The gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions and decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. Aha! But distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it could be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away? Alas, such an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? Unless you get invited to the library, am I right? That is a question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Did W Corp share anything with to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. He explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it, we wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely completes the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning. Oh, thank goodness. Oh boy. Oh, well, glad to hear, Xena. Hope you, the eyes, and the claw are all doing well. These bloody wings. Every single one of us has been absolutely balmy.
Hey, you went obscenely British on that sentence.
I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention so kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some singers grew more receptive of her after her explanations, albeit with a sigh.
Would have appreciated if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right?
That is...
But not everyone was willing to let go of this without saying their piece.
Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust is disappointed in... It's an undeniable truth that Faust is disappointed the sinners with what she's done. She is Faust, after all. I'm sure she has a backup plan of backup plans to get us out of this situation.
Well, what is the situation? I don't understand. Like, what? So far, it seems like everything is going according to plan. Like, this was what we were hired to do. So what has gone wrong? So what's next on our agenda?
Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we got rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante.
Discuss?
But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust.
What are we discussing, Faust?
We must converse in a lower volume, Dante.
Why are we whispering? I gotta whisper even less. Okay, so he really can actually whisper. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind for his voice. Okay. Hey. Gotta change the voice again.
Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Faust has been severed. The hell does that mean?
I'm sorry, what?
I cannot access Faust's knowledge at the moment. I guess I was right to be anxious.
Oh. Faust doesn't know things. Well, we're screwed. Pack it in, boys. We done. Well, participants, you say? Oh, we get the backup. Okay, got it. All right. Well, that.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
Hang on. There we go. Boop. No, you go away.
일이란
불꽃
따뜻하게 혹 말뚝
잘 들어왔네.
그래.
모두에게
Sweet.
평등하게
Chain battle. Shut up.
목표인가요?
I know, some of my guys suck. I'm working on it.
What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed.
What if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. The answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt.
Faust, you are...
Yes, at this moment, I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an identified dimension such as this. Or, even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. This is interesting. So is this why Faust always seems to refer to herself in the third person? This is not the real Faust. The real Faust is elsewhere. This is fascinating. I don't know what to make of this. If that is not the case, then no, never mind. There's nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright. For now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed. Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay. This is just a minor setback. We can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. If we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what's happened. Stress yourself too much. You still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my, clock, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. And sure, it's not like there's anything they can do, so no reason to tell. Well, so reckon this door ain't gonna do anything. We're all gonna butt it once it opens. How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Gotta take a searching sweep around each car? Something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp's standard timescale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master key card placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. So, I mean, things don't normally go south that quickly on the warp train. Like, it took months in the library's train, so maybe this won't be so bad? 3 days, huh? I feel I just blinked there. I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. This is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deduction W Corp's rather fragmentary explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. The part where we thrust the shite out of one another, tearing the limbs off and all that mess? No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Yeah, exactly. Besides, that's supposed to be as usual, business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely. In my opinion, it is. Oh, hold that thought for but a moment. Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping at my chamber door. Forsooth, past this case must be. As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. It is possible that there must be, Lady Faust. After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced a master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Oh boy. Well, hang on a minute. You're gonna open that door? I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. But there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. My suggestion? Well, I ain't gonna disagree with you there, but what's gone into you, lass? After all, how can I do anything without seeing it myself?
Bleep. After a brief mechanical beep, Gah! Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Oh boy. Lovely. Yay, more abominations. Okay, let's see what we got here. How many waves? One wave and it look like multiple dudes. Okay, let's just get the killing.
끝내.
Alright. I have to do a lot of reading, so I apologize for not paying as much attention to chat as I usually do. You can thank Project Moon for not having voice acting. Now, Aubrey, if you're not familiar with the Library of Runa, you're in for a treat. Horrors beyond comprehension! Yay! Everyone knows my thoughts on the warp train. Got your nose. Nice, good job, Merso.
풀린 것 같습니다.
Dead. Bonk. Bonk. Gallon. Woo. Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to the passengers, verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense. People politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them. She hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies and the general area for information. You appear particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh? Yeah, aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The listeners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tethers bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this. Huh? What was that about? Oh, nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all the listeners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. Flow of time has ceased aboard the warp train, is it? Yi Sang grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it has slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this situation? Yes, that is the most rational suggestion, Yi Sang. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Oh, wow. Yi Sang sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Ah, gladly, if you would allow me. Yi Sang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it could be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? Ah, to elaborate. Ah, verily, this one's heart still beats still.
Don Quixote lowered her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts for relief. Her state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence in continuance of moratorium. See
you later, Xena. Thanks for popping in.
Force they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life.
I ill understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same,
If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible eventually to gather all their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession of W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. I see, because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
Never seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word.
Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened.
From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. You're no kidding. Phew, that is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it even necessary to do something like that.
Dante.
What's up?
Oh, time to whisper, right?
Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you.
Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunk of flesh. The gaze remains fixed upon them as she whispered,
Are they distortions or abnormalities?
Oh,
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about that.
they weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Nothing inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even Pecatula.
Battling one way or another, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
Is it difficult to be certain at the moment?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask then, and I guess Faust doesn't know.
Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing.
I should apologize for that.
There is no need, Dante. But the information you have provided me with is rather ambiguous. It has helped me deduce something of worth. And, collecting intelligence myself, creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile to herself with go on her hands? Oh, finally, the awakening has begun. A fellow artiste! No, we're not at Canto 7 yet. We're finishing up this intervallo. I say finishing up, we're doing this intervallo first. And then we will do Canto 7.
정말 두 배로 받을 거라고 생각했는가? 그런 건
After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors. Ah, passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived too. Yeah! Whoa, whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swaying arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? I'm just trying to protect those civilians in the car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? But those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left in them? Oh, triggered. Ha ha! Thou art from the north, verily! Thy garb is that the northerners know. This really ain't the time, lass. Anyways, looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah, how do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? What the hell are you talking about? Weird, you look completely lost. You're one of the economy cars I'm sure you've seen. Hold on. Are you all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But then you look very... I mean, our first class seat's supposed to be... Well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha, multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowers her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of this ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contracts, but... Jeez, can you believe this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? I'm not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. This thing's some shady bullshit if you ask me. You can feel that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how can I live without my favorite hobby? Drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I make sure to get high quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down! How distracting. Is it hard for you to speak without being so hyper? Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in the fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep swinging them if I want to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Having a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. 3201 red colors, 3202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, 'tis expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car, and you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I was hearing some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and it spread like wildfire till it reached here. I see. And that's all I can tell you about the situation. So what's your story? Why do you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class car, so what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers! Indeed, fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. Huh, they got every single one of you a first-class ticket. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second, so W Corp already knew this would happen? But, are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance to fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. Wouldn't want to deal with those that word, I don't speak French, boys either. Anyways, I'm gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master key card given to us by W Corp. I believe that can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket.
I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. A key card? So you use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see. W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. Looks like you're telling the truth. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, guess you gotta go all the way down there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap. You guys really are that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of courage, Fixer Sasha. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocents in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you gonna save us from those monsters in the cars behind us? Huh? Oh no, Don Quixote's about to go off. Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled Don Quixote's coattails. I forsooth! Whoa, are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer! Whoa, I want to be a fixer too. Just like, don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter and... Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what you just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like what? You knew there was no way that the fixer was actually here to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway. Am I right? Yes, of course. I mean, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic, but she's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust rode toward Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. There'll be 30k on per inquiry. That's quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that, once our contract is successfully completed, we could include references to a particularly cooperative associated office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, you serious? Well played, Faust. Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red, by any chance? Faust paused his swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, apparently either to be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered, I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but there's something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic guy is red. That passenger over there has got red eyes, and... Oh, you there. That lady with the big sword also got red eyes. Well, someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No. Well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Yeah. It was just as we feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. I'm sure Ryoshu is so happy right now. Alright, yoink, mine. Alrighty. We need bullets. Many bullets. Shut up.
정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Oh yeah, this is gotta be like the greatest thing she's ever seen in her life. Like a master's work. Alright, anyway. What we got? Okay, so just the one wave. Okay, cool. And we can just start killing.
파격감.
Yeah, I'm not really planning on using Enclair long term, which is why I haven't really focused on him at all. This is probably your first time here, Drug Eye Kim Ji-hoon.
But I am a burn specialist. I enjoy burn, so burn is what I do. So we're saving that for when we inevitably get Phil Claire. Yeah, the passive helps, but I'm saving my resources for the guys that are actually going to be part of the burn squad. Which is an idea? No, not yet. Okay. Oh, we'll find out. It sure did, but either way. Once I run out of other people to power up, I will focus on the others, but level cap keeps getting raised, so every time I get a chance to turn around, I have to do that again. There. Saying still too low to fire that bullet. I should. As long as nothing comes up in between that makes you want to roll. That's happened too. Like we had that Rodion event not too long ago. I definitely rolled for that ego. And we got it. Absolutely. Oh, we're gonna roll hard when the Wilper gets nod happens. I'm kind of sad I don't have a W Corp team right now. That have been so thematic. Oh well. I'll eventually make a team of every type, but yeah. Burn my beloved. Alright, we got 11 enemies this time. We got dudes everywhere. Let's start killing. And who knows, maybe one day Heathcliff will get a burn ID. Justice for my boy Heathcliff. Oh, I know. It hurts me too. I want Leo Rodion so bad. Oh, man. We're definitely going to get that too. So I invest in the future. It's not useful right now, but one day it will be. I play the Mirror Dungeons. I don't know what that's got to do with what we were just talking about, but I do play the Mirror Dungeons. I've already claimed my weekly bonuses for that. Your nugget is disallowed to toast marshmallows using my flaming hair. Oh, that's what you're talking about, yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gathering up the ego shards. We don't have to worry about that. There will come a time, I believe, yeah, we're going to do that on Sunday. We're going to start spending all of our shards, because we got lots of those to use. So we'll see what I can buy. Attempting to steal my lunacy will cause Judgment Bird to breach containment, and then Brian has extra paperwork to do. Be kind to Brian. Fire. Boom.
벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없고.
No, this poor guy. Guys, where'd everyone go? Guys, are we still fighting? Guys, hate to see it. Kill him.
소용없구를 달고 볼까?
The consequence for roasting marshmallow in my hair is a confiscation of all your musical instruments for 90 days. Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room around and takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. Oh yeah, they can't, but yeah, you get my point. Listen, just let the joke happen. What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answer first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, nor do they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in a desperate quest of it. Right. That's strange, though. If hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offensives were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smell blood, so that's likely what they're made of. And it must be the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read upon this subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination almost before we board the train. And while that will still be a useful element in resolving this situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at this moment. However, this will be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us with the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend. Oh boy. Oh no. Not the blood fiends again. Crap.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
Oh boy. What's her face is back.
불로
What was it? Eileen?
깨끗한
It's been a
세계를
couple of
세우라.
months. I don't remember now. Wait, a blood fiend? What's a blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of the wings is that? You, of all people, haven't heard of blood things? But you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have let the magazine article slip from my memory. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters and stories to scare children at night. They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, come now, those are vampires. Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard they fear garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past, when I served as a commanding officer, and I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I am quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who called themselves a blood fiend among the ranks of the fingers, but the things that blood fiend commanded weren't like these rubber-textured ones. There's something off about this one. That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, as you've had some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we face in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are drake-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As it has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp train under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains, or W Corp, is vast, if incomplete, we cannot find a possible exception to the above rule. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows for the information of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, the warp trains can convert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructive. I don't want to ask how that works. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like things collecting in each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their very nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with the blood of their victims, and it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? You didn't just say digestion's not a thing while we're on the train. If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including, but not limited to, emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then, it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes, such as digestion. Well, I ain't even following after that. You exist in the moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy. They continue to spark within you. Well, yeah, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passenger's will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, do not all gently atrophy into existence even amidst the ceased time. This Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. That's why she said their blood's vaporized, huh?
If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate. Which means they can't be pieced back together.
There is no incongruence within that logic.
Everyone fell silent for a moment. There was way too much information to process at once. I didn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Iseng was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yiseng's gaze. If there's anything I can do about this, the sinners will only get more stressed as they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. That is only a speculation, however. I assume a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, or most likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train! Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the fixer from earlier, there's a high likelihood that the horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well! I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of the innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands! Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now with that we had a clear sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward. For now. Project Moon, why do you hate voice acting? Alright, what we got? There's one wave, cool. Yeah, boom, 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 boom.
완벽한 하나님께
You can share your marshmallows with Karen. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. Oh, come now, Ryoshu. 4 tails. There you go. You think got at least one. Not expecting all heads, but come on. At 50-50, I should see at least 2.
일발장전 완벽한 한방에
이 결투
A clock feed? No! T-Corp isn't gonna like that one.
셰프를 따라오십시오. 자연스러운
Dead.
본인의 승리일세.
시계.
본인의 승리일세.
Hey, that's better. Alright, but wait, there's more. Alright. What you're saying, yeah, you can start firing bullets, it looks like. How many more people? Yeah, we got more people. Let's build up more bullets and we'll shoot the next group.
부드럽게.
일발장전 일발장전
Yeah, spread the flames. Burn away the blood bags. Alright. Do all that. Actually, let's save the good stuff for the next group.
소용없고를 달궈볼 이 결투.
Kill these nerds and absolutely unload on the next poor group.
안심이다
그들을 타오르 시계.
Oof. Alright, these poor guys. Kill them.
소용없고를 달궈볼까.
Actually looks like a W Corp agent. Must be the remains of the dude that was here before us.
일발 장전.
Bonk. Bonk. Do that and fire.
격발.
Pink.
끝내.
And finish him off. Yep, he's dead. Staggered. Nerd.
똑바로 서라. 나무 인형만.
Oh, yeah. And there we go. The Flames of War win again. I'm already at the train. What do you mean I'm already at the train? We left off on the train at the last part.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
Alright. Can you imagine bullet? Oh, this again. Alright. Very quick use of the bathroom. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's do it.
탄기가 떨어질 때군요.
Alright, more dudes. Yeah, there we go. 11 enemies. Alright. You got a little slow. Build up our sanity.
초식 1번.
Yes. Look at the fire spreading. It's beautiful. What better way to... Let's see here. What better way to spread...
셰프를 따라오십시오.
Funk. Oh yeah, we're still streaming. Yeah. I said I was just going to the bathroom. Yeah, stream for an hour and a half. Okay, guys, that's all later. Hey, you can fire. It's fine. Bum bum.
완벽한 한 방에.
We're still alive, aren't we? Yeah, we're still alive. Let's calm down. That's serious, Aubrey. Don't tell me that Angel is messing with stuff unless she actually is. We don't do tests of that particular alarm. Alright, what's oh yeah. Alright, you can fire another bullet. Alright, you're good to fire another. Get fire another bullet, will you, love?
셰프를
Start
따라오십시오.
killing. Pink. Got him. And dead.
자연스러운 것입니다.
끝내.
Remember that, you nerd? Oh, we got, alright. Got one more dude after we kill another dude.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
본인의 승리일세.
Yeah, Brian's correct. That was a code HOD. But it seems to have been fine. I'm also I still got the wireless hotspot is on and the desktop is connected, so if something happens to my wired connection, we should still be okay. I don't know how the stream will run on just that hotspot, but we have backups in place should something go wrong. Oh, hang on a minute. I actually think something might have gone wrong. Actually. Is the Ethernet on? Hold on a minute. I actually think that my Ethernet has died. I think the router is out again. So we are on the wireless hotspot right now. I just noticed. Hell yeah! The backup is working, lads. That's probably what the choppiness was about. It was the router failing on us again. Haha! Take that, Angela! You shan't disrupt the stream today! Nailed it! Good to know. I feel so happy to see that it has succeeded in the way that I wanted it to. Yeah, no kidding. I knew like the hotspot worked because I had tested it before. I just wasn't sure like how good the stream would be. So it's probably like the funkiness you saw. Manager and Squire, halt! Behold, this poor fellow, he lives still! Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters! Hey, man, we're not those monsters. You alright? Huh? That arm, you're starting to mutate too, aren't you? You must be turning into some bug-like monster! What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Yeah, well, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, a prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible you are mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Ah, prosthetic. That's a relief. Thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. You see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. So, what are the W Corp employees doing aboard this train? That was my question. Oh, you're right. From what we found out aboard the warp trains through identities, can't imagine why any of them would willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and... This cannot be! Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust, in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. Oh man, this is so interesting to me. We're learning so much about Faust right now, and yet so little. I don't know what I can do to help the singers in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I'm starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, you're guys too reliant on the singers as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right answers? Doubt, colored with fear, began to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? Ugh. The agent struggles to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever. They made good use of this space. And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most feared by the blood fiends? That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car, but would that thing be here? Cleanup agents slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Yeah, finally. What is it that thou seekest to do? Seal himself in? W Corps prepare a small hibernation pod for employees in case of emergencies. Verily then, huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and the wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone. There he goes. For Rarfeld, should there be a cold Roland? I'll consider it. He has departed the scene. Blinky stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. That's the spirit.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길
Next.
잘했다는가?
Oop, oop. There you are. Shut up.
뛰자.
Alrighty. Oh, you're struggling, are you? Well, you can just, nope, stop, cease, desist. You can stay there.
부드럽게.
Try to get some real dudes now. Yeah, I don't really blame him. Ow. Ow. Alright. Yeah, this is where my underlevel dudes start struggling a bit.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
Don, once again, you're supposed to flip heads.
힘을 잠잠.
Heads is our friend. Get more heads. Owie. That's the fire. Don't want to do that yet. Boom, boom, boom. There, do that.
가격감.
We only have the two, Code Hyde and Code Angela. So we're gonna need a third one. I might have forgotten the few. There's only been two. Alright, and do that and that. Yeah, just do more of that. Bare minimum, get Sandy up. Oh, now you're staggered. Well, you see, Ryoshi, when I send you in to win the clash, you don't win the clash. That's what happens. You gotta obey my orders. See, Otis is winning clashes. Otis isn't suffering pain. Bonk. There you go. See, you're staggering. It's your own fault. Alright, so you can fire a bullet. Stop. Do that. You gotta do that. Yeah, you can do this and this and this and this and that.
가격감.
Bonk. Bonk.
힘을 잠잠.
Some of that. Fire.
격발.
Yeah, that's a fatality. You love to see it. None of that now. Shame on you. Oh, come on. Only one heads out of 4 at 28 Sandy. Come on, you saying. Do better. There you go, buddy. Dawn is at max Sandy. Gonna kill this dude. There you go. Yeah, here. And let's beat up this nerd over here. Why not? Sounds like great fun. Smack him a couple of times. Smack him 3 times. Oh. Now you just died to burn. Ah, yes, lovely. My favorite. Alright, let's see what we got here. What are we working with? The number. What's your? Where you at? Okay, you're over there. You got plenty of sandy. You can find another bullet.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Always check the sandy of anybody you attempt to give a rifle. Almost an OTK. That would have been amazing. No, Hong Lu. Oh, you made up for it, but man, you were on thin ice there, Hong Lu. Bonk. Have some of that. Yeah, so they don't have sandy, I've just noticed, so everything they do is 50-50. Ow. Alright, you're dead. Good night.
벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없고.
You're also dead. Bullet time. Pink. Ah, yeah. Alrighty. Yep, just go across the board.
1번.
본인의 승리일세. 본인의
Double
승리.
kill. Triple kill. There we go. Yeah, I don't know how you make an ID for a blood bag since, you know, they're kind of just zombies,
관리자님이
basically. They
명하는
can't talk.
것이라면 탄환은 어디든
Yoink.
무엇이든 누구든
Thank
관통이
you.
됩니다. 설령
Oi.
사랑하는 사람이
Alrighty, looks like 5 more to go. Almost there. Shut up.
몸이 따라줄지 모르겠지만 가라면 가야지.
Alrighty, boom, boom.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Nice. No. Hong Lu making up for it, but man, been nice, buddy. Oh yeah. Some of that, you jerk. Yes. That's the performance I expect out of my sinners. Burn the world. All right. There's that done. And you're just struggling. Okay, well, go on defense. Let's go defense. Bump, 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 bump.
부드럽게
Good evade, good evade. Finish off with coffee. Okay, you can go on defense.
과격검
Owie. Yes.
개발 창작
Have some of that, you jerk.
비들어지게 똑바로 서라 나무 인형만도 못한 걸
Stagger him? No. Close. Oh, double killed by burn. You love to see it. No fire yet. Which I would like for you to. Don't fire the gun yet.
부드럽게
Ooh. That was close. I had no business winning that particular round at 10 sandy, but I'm not gonna complain. Go Yi Sang. That's our boy.
끝내 정수하리 비들어지게
이 결정.
Oh, yes. Look at the fire spreading. Yes. Oh, dead. And dead. There you go. Right left. Alright. What's there? Yeah. Got one more after this group. Okay. You can fire a bullet. That's fine. That and that and that.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Yeah, none of that and shame on you.
벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없군
Alrighty. Detonate. And you can fire another one. Why not? It sounds like great fun.
조심.
And it's the last group of people, so no reason to save anything. Let's just go all out. Let's just start killing. Fire. Oh, yeah. That AoE, though.
본인의 승리일세.
Go.
일발장
잘 풀린 것 같습니다. 자연스러운 것입니다.
Ah, it makes me happy.
타오르시게.
Good night. Also, good night.
부서졌나?
Oh, yeah. Finish him off with the good old gotcha nose.
벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없고.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, a blood bag ID would be sick, but alas. We live in a society, am I right?
동부쉔크 3과 돈키호테.
Oh, look, more dudes. Dude. Let's go defense. Bump, 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 bump. We're almost there. We gotta finish up this intervallo.
정수아리.
Do this little warp train intervallo and then do the entirety of part 1 for Canto 7. And 12 dudes, huh? How would? You're struggling, huh? Well, ain't that a damn shame. You sit that one out.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
Oh, yes, we are pyromaniacs here. So I didn't mean to have you fire, but that worked actually. Eep. Ow. Ah, and Hong Lee staggered. Lame. Alright, yep. But yes, we are pyromaniacs here. I do burn and only burn all the time whenever possible. Ow. Alright, get some of the good stuff going. There we go.
조심. 1번.
Honglu's back on his feet. Oh, come on, double tails. Dawn, you're better than that. Yeah, I wish I had a larger collection of good burn IDs, but we're not there yet. We'll get there one day. I've got Dawn, I've got Isang, and they are our hard carries at the moment. And of course, we have a magic bullet as support. Thank you to whichever pigeon is supplying that.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Depression team, is that sinking? I don't know what a depression team means. Ow.
본인의 승리일세. 이 결정.
Okay, yeah, sinking is depression team. Got it. You're welcome to add me, Kuba Kim. I always display my friend code at the start of the stream. You can rewind to find it. Actually, I don't think I did this time around. I think we went straight to the intervallo. But yeah, we're using. I have a friend who has maxed out Philclair, but Alice and I are besties, so I'm not leaving Aldous out of the fray. I'm sorry, Otis. I learned recently that I've been mispronouncing that. It's Otis, not Aldous. But yeah.
부드럽게.
So we're having Otis be our support, so that way we still have a full burn team and Otis can come along. I said before and I'll say it again, I don't play optimized strategies, I play the ones that entertain me the most. Oi, get in there. Stop! Play things sometimes, man, I tell you.
조여 목구를 달고 볼까? 이 결투.
Yeah, after I've gotten burn out of my system, or if I'm burned out on it, sorry. Once I'm done with burn, I'll probably mess with some of the newer stuff, like Rupture is next on my list to mess about with, and then I'll mess with Sinking. I'll play around with the other types eventually, but burn is where my heart lies. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What's this now? The T-Corp engine, yep. We were on the final car adjacent to the freight train when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Ah, 'tis an emblem of T-Corp! It appears that the wall covering it was, in the fierceness of our battle, broken. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to D Corp. It's often the case that a wing may work with another. So it is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus Company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. I like that the detail that the background is different in every car. It would have been so much easier for them to just like reuse the same art asset over and over again. Nah, they go above and beyond. It's different each time, and I appreciate that so much. Sounds like a W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Looks like that wall that's fallen apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Radia hurriedly swerved to a different subject, as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. I can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform, remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, We were walking through the blighted train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. He's the one we encountered on the platform! This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yep, and he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract? Guess it wasn't exaggerating by calling it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Quite the strategy. Makes sense. That would explain all these broken prosthetic arms and legs in the chair. Executive Manager. This is likely an aftermath of a battle between the fixers and the blood bags. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable, as long as their wallets would permit. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective, despite the fact that there is but a single scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitude like yours often made it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Faust answers us in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You all right, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, yet
Yes, I am all right. However, I do not enjoy the circumstance that we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean. Feeling like you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black ripless lake in desperate hopes. Did someone say net fishing? That one might pull them in with what we could eat. No way to tell where we are. It tells there's even anything to eat under this glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, you know? This sense I find mired in us is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave, where the reflection of radiance upon my eyes and sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. It seemed that Ishmael and Yisang picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today, somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side. This unseen side of yours, it is unfamiliar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the Blood Fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, I'm persecuted, believe the falls this week. We practically smashed through the entire hold, no problem. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called Blood Fiend Hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimation of the blood fiend's strength, and all of a sudden, on this indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who have brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? And may be vaporizing the lifeblood of the innocent as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe, and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now! Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. He's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the blood fiend to complete our contract. With that, I opened the door leading to the final car of this train.
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면 탄환은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든 관통해냅니다.
Module time. There you are. I hate that moves around. I wish we were just staying in the same place.
불과 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
This room. What is that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the blood fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty! Who the hell are you to make those demands?
I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. Oh god, Don Quixote has a rival for theatricality. Thou mayest address me as Prince Cathetti, the sixth kindred, or kindred of the sixth generation, the rightful prince in refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art the chatty one, so rudely before your prince, yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou may have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I only enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't you take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with basic etiquette? Oh, this mask won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prudence without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then it'll all go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Ooh, stitch that mask to your face skin. Not a half bad job. Of course it's excellent! Ha ha! Because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak, but it hurts so much! No, I'm smiling! Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing! Yes! I am the prince! That's what I am! He's a bloody loon, isn't it? Alright, done with the giggles then? Get ready for a beating of your life. Enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry bowling and bowing at sniffling on the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire! Why, you daft? Look around. There's 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers of this train into his blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but bless us, there's so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count. Oh, no, but the count is so important. Have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am, and I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There's no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebear kindreds would be should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine! I made it! I'm not giving it away! Nope! This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet, we have seen signs of his insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then, what he meant by how the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! Yeah! A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. Sasha, the fixer we ran into one of the earlier cars. Kasei shrinks to his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face. Ah, it is thee! Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur and eventually lead the passengers that have protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. Yeah, you're really the one responsible for this, aren't you? What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board? One still capable of rational thought. Damn, you actually made it all the way back here? I guess the Wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I used to fight my damnedest too. I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? But where did that leave me? In the end, I stood with nothing but a single one of these forearms left. Kinda funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really, really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So, I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don Quixote, watch out! I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Ah! What? What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee, to be the first of many since my escape, or the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own. My family. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car as you have commanded me, but humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. Must have been desperation that drove you to accept that proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe that's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. Thou hast been in cohorts with this villain all this time as his lackey. Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out when one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it would have mattered if you did suspect me though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then, the passengers who are under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to a child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. Oh, God. Hey, next gamer, welcome back to the Pigeon Coop. We're experiencing warp train horrors beyond my comprehension, and I'm sad again. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but this, I really, really hoped I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. Oh, you're gonna get it. There was a child. Yep, Laurent wanted to be a fixer. She got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a blood bag is way better than the drudgery that's the life of a fixer. Believe me, I'd know. Oh, dude, you're about to experience the fiery wrath of Don Quixote. Don Quixote, charge. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer and an actor of justice. It's all a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment or a really, really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. He was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Alright. Everything here sucks. Commence beatings. Alright. Oh, it's a focus battle for no reason. Alright. What do we got? Alright, you're on defense, ignoring you. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. What do we got? Okay. That, oh yeah, that's detonate. Okay, good. I suppose anybody is dominating on this end, since pretty much all of you suck. Yep. All right. And we do that one. And that one, we'll ignore him because he's on defense like a coward.
따라오십시오.
Yeah, this music is definitely a bop, but I'm too, I'm too busy repressing emotions right now. I mean, this music is lovely, but sadly it's overshadowed by all this unyielding rage and the need for vengeance. Alrighty, so detonate, and you can do that. Perfect. I freeze everybody else up. You two are basically dying to feet. How many dudes we got here? I can't tell. Okay, so you can do that. That'll kill him. You can do this. I'll also kill him. I mean, you two can focus on the defense nerd that's sitting there like a coward.
따라오십시오.
그대로지게. 불타올랐군요.
Ah, man. I'm just
빈발 장전 중.
poor kid.
고통.
You gotta be a special kind of messed up. I had a feeling that something bad was gonna happen to the kid the moment that Don Quixote was getting any kind of positive attention, but damn it. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, you just do that. And how about you? Okay, you can do that. And that's fine. You can do that. You can do that. Okay, but first, actually, do this and do that. There we go.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Well, Phil Claire is definitely better.
벌써 부서졌나?
Phil Clip is definitely objectively better for a burn team, but again, Otis and I are besties, so I will not leave her out. So in my mind, my ideal burn team is going to be, we obviously have Sync Association Dawn, and we have Leo Association Yisang, and then we'll also have Leo Association Rodion. Hey, you're here. I thought you would be in the second wave. Alright, whatever. Where was I? Phil Claire, Magic Bullet Otis, and did I say Leo Association Rodion? I think I did. And then just like basically whoever Leo Association boys. I think like Mercel has a decent passive, and then Ishmael is another 3-star one. But Whatevskis. Anyway, let's see here. Back to business. See what I can do for you, if anything. You go over there, you're favored, so you might win. Okay, over here, you also might win. Neutral, huh? Like that. Let's see here. Alright, well, do that. You're favored over here at least. Okay, but definitely do that. And you can do that. Don Quixote will only target this nerd. You so got to die.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
Yeah, Fire Fist Gregor is fine, don't get me wrong. It's just, I'm listening to ones I would deploy in order. But he's fine. It's just, I have to have Don Quixote and Otis because Don Quixote is my favorite of the Sinners and Otis and I are besties, so I have to have them. I have to have Phil Claire because, yeah, it helps that he's good, but it's Philip, so it's absolutely necessary. Yisang is there because he has a really good synergy with Phil Claire and just generally with the burn team. Because, the whole Sandy restoring mechanic, really good for him. And then we need Rodion because that's the only ego in the game that both burns and heals. So it's actually pretty necessary for us. But yeah, so Fire Fist Gregor does really good burn damage. It's just he doesn't have a lot to offer beyond that. That. And yeah, you can just do that. It's fine. And you can hit the defense. Yep. All right, and go.
부드럽게.
But yeah, for battles where I would have access to like larger groups or I have backups, then yeah, obviously I would have Fire Fist Gregor there, and I have Fire Blossom Faust.
벌써 부서졌나?
불타올랐군요.
Yeah. Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization is this bumbling fool. Pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Kasei reached out towards the pile of blood bags on the ground and... oh, what abundance! I had nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. You don't say. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir. Yes, you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I'll try to get the EX, but if I don't, you know, I'll just come back for it another time. That one and that one. Hey, you're not hitting anything, so you can just do that. And that. Where is... Oh, this... Okay, yeah. You can start firing, that's fine.
조심 1번.
Bonk. Okay, have some of that, you jerk. Fire. It gives Don Quixote something to do, you know. It's probably all just set for Don Quixote's story in Canto 7. But she has, I'm sure she'll have to confront reality. And that one, and that one, and yep, that one, and that one, and that one. Over here, off you go. Like I said, if I don't get it, that just means I come back another time. My team is fairly underleveled for this, so I'd be surprised if I got it. You know, if I get the EX clear, it's great. If not, oh well, we'll come back. My priority is to get through the stuff we gotta get through today, which is this intervallo along with the hello. Alright, well, I mean, you're actually very weak, if I'm honest. Is it unclashable? Oh, it is unclashable. That's kind of annoying. Nope. Actually, we can probably just all go defense this turn, can't we? It doesn't matter. But yeah, we'll come back when the team is actually, like, good. Oh, we didn't get to attack? Oh, that's lame. Okay, noted. Alright, let's see here. Anyway. That and that. Let me try to hit that. That. And that. That.
과격거.
Bonk. Yeah, well, I mean, Bamboo had Kim also had a full heal basically for free to claim their bones when we fought him, so at least here it makes somewhat sense because he's a blood fiend. Yeah, I highly doubt I'm gonna get the EX clear too, just because like my team is so underleveled, but oh well, it is what it is. If I gotta come back here another day, that's just what I'll do. Do that.
조심 1번.
Nice. 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 Don Quixote. Oh, yeah, we're getting the burn counts up there. He's just taking so much burn damage. Yeah, you can. I couldn't beat to claim their bones. I didn't have anything to clash that was powerful enough. Alas, it is what it is. We beat them though. That's the important thing. All right, everyone get on in there. I think so.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
Oh, he's gonna take so much damage from this. He's got 3 stacks. Yes, get him done. Vengeance from a child. Hell yeah. You too. Oh, get him. 455 damage. Oh, this dude's so dead. Later. Got him. I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if I was an EX clear or not, but we got him, and that's the important thing. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. Guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. Let's set the pot to the kettle. Yes. I don't know if we can. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of Warp Train was proving to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle continued much longer than our scuffles at K-Court, board checkpoint, or a struggle against the endless hordes of the dead at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The snares had grown much stronger since then, but they were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hast wrought! Shut up! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to surviving for 200 years on that disgusting, horrible, no! I don't even want to think about it! Shut up! Be quiet! No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please, let me have just a sip. Just a small sip, please. Won't matter. Won't know how many times you stabbed me. I shan't stop until all thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again! But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't. My kindred, my child! I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet! So do thy responsibilities. The blessings of a parent must be repaid. No! What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Oh wait, I think I've got an idea. Thus she began looking around wildly, surprised by Kasei's sudden command. The way they fight reminds me a lot of the way we use prosthetic using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs becoming no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon as if they have multiple lives to burn through. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame. And you have to look after what's really important. This little thing. One of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up a master key Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. How'd you... Don Quixote, stop her, now! Oh, my parents, I offer this gift to you! Yeah! Don Quixote immediately leapt at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael Marceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom. Say examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante, I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity. Without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master key card, the uncertainty of this circumstance is greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. It must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. A situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe certainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of a plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option remains at present is to compromise. You there, looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire, compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur? I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, do that. Very well, then, Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I'll make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be completely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will further discuss what we each have to offer to one another. That clock must be thy monarch then, And thou art one of the retainers? Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate then. It is only right that royalty talks to no one else but one who is his equal. Manager Esquire. We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Gambling. All right.
그 어느 때보다
Okay, I got it. Yeah,
뜨겁게
sweet.
타올랐어. 이 건법도 제법 손에 익은
Yeah,
듯하오.
love to see it. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. Only this bus hadn't completely filled up with the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon or create a kindred here. Oh, dude, the Red Gaze appearance was so hype. Oh, man, that was... might be... It's a contender for the coolest moment in the game so far. It's definitely up there, but oh, man. Whew. What an entrance. What a battle. What that art went so hard too. Like, oh man. Woo. Peak. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The sadness of her statement briefly knocked me off of my thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Cha-ching! Hell yeah. Did you know this would work? No. And as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble based on my own uncertain hypothesis. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Rodio's fascination with gambling. A faint smile appears on Faust's lips a moment before fading away. Now that the connection has been re-established, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust and the guests management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advances toward the Blood Fiend. Let us discuss the details of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the Master Key card? If thou were just anyone, I would have turned thee into blood bags to drink every drop of thy blood, but thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this key card, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We'll have no way to relay our news, whether one success or a failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp will inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the Snare's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but about the other passengers of this train, and its future passengers. I remember looking at the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inedible forms of injustice. Faust does not reply, yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this! Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. Cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. It's her again. You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity within this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this in half, you'll have to spend the eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome the eons. Do it mean the eons of penance for thee? 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wiggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here. Faust, unhand me! Thou mustn't let him live, Manager Esquire!
Don Quixote. Letting him destroy that key means you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with tales of legend I had read in the magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way? No? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom. Faust, Manager Esquire, is there truly no path which we may bring justice to the villain and the sinners remain unharmed? The struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Oh, wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the blood fiend had been quietly advancing us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. Oh, my dearest parent, forgive my transgression of creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become my next kindred! Kasei screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had a chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word about what is about to happen. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly in the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor, and... I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Dost thou speak of our dear I'm definitely butchering this pronunciation, I apologize. Rocinante? Yeah, those. I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante, in sorrow and in joy. No matter the brutality of trials that have struck me, it hath been my loyal steed by my side, for however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them. Manager Esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Rocinante, yeah, it's not helping. I appreciate the attempt, standard banner, but be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as a small girl. Evacuate. Evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me go sleep wearing those shoes. I mean, Rocinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, Manager Esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas, wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Hey, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing?
An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as a metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. No, that's impossible! In an all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence. I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura, and a long fur adornment of sorts. Though through the shimmering aura, I think I saw, red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also don't. Never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being, the blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Mercy, O venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred! I beg! Insolent worm! Crimson droplets of blood slowly rising around the blood fiend's mouth, before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Kasei's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling, crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. What the hell just happened? You. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante, to me. Rocinante, I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. One day. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Alright, I have no idea what the hell just happened. So that's where, I'm assuming that's where that ID comes from, but what the hell? Also, this art right here, man. Sometime later, can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would be all shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the Blood Fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. Guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust, the manager, and Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh, really? The 3 of you? Wow, you were spot on. Did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy. I have identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadence and voices moments before my loss of consciousness. Right, so what's going on with this? What's the loss? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. She practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. And please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, you know. Wait, that reminds me. Where's the key card? Last I remember, it was in Kasei's hands. He was in a far more presentable state than he was in before. Wait, so what about the key card was he holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. Appears to become one with the middle phalanges. Wait. Oh. Oh no! Everyone calm down! Calm down! I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, huh? How about we force one of those doors open? Master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving this situation. How? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was far more than enough to win us over. So we head to the corridor past the back door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy Pitter, Sandy Pitter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, it can... Grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the simpler gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at its destination in approximately 10 seconds. Going by the E-Corp timescale, all we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously just gonna open that door? With this many doors in here? Are you sure that's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oh, what? Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. Sand in my mouth. Wait. No, wait. Is this a sandstorm? Aren't we inside a building? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out a colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had herded us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corps platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal. And even the W-Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We board the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. He really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Huh? Never seen it in action before. Thanks. Let me go check. That hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. With that it was. Huh? There's anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate.
I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken? I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Have we arrived? Roz and Sean, lass? Enough nap yet?
I see. We'll hear the details of this incident on the bus once we're traveling again.
Understood. Any and all relevant report will be sent to W Corp via LCCA, and Virgilius was already there when we arrived. He was sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside the train with a serious expression.
I will now leave with Karen and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The Minahand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that we have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space.
I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left.
Why did you do that?
Faust's body was, quite literally, blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that was going to happen. Because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is.
That is something I have been aware of since LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius.
Of course.
However, it was by the will of the LCA superiors that this knowledge remained withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment.
And that appropriate moment was back there?
According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, has been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action.
Right. Though the full strength may remain obscured still, we are, once again, returned.
Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives speculating about what's next in our path. And mutual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. Faust's reply to Yiseng's nebulous wording was with a quiet affirmation. Please, do not take this query with greater import than a mere jest. However, do you suppose I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Yiseng. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yiseng mused ambiguously before leaving us.
Phew.
The incident of the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but I also learned so much about so many things, but it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How did we find ourselves in P Corp? What for is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. You missed out big time on one crazy adventure. That vibrated the last few grains of sand on my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in Faust, who believes in uncertainty, rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. And to go find ourselves in the ever golden bow. Alright, that was something. Man, oh man, Don Quixote, what is up, girl? Hey, stop that. I need a thing. Give me a thing. Alright, please tell me I can let the game speak for itself and
All right, excellent. Finally. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom once more and then double check my notes on how many chapters there are in part 1 so I know where to stop. And we will get started with Canto 7 at long last. Be right back, guys. Next gamer, you thought. Oh no. Alrighty. Oh man, I'm so excited. Let's do it.
밤이 서둘러 다가온다 해도
Oh, I've never been so happy to hear voice acting. Dear God.
이 어둠을 헤치고 나아가. 세상에 둘도 없는 가족의 축복과 친절한 허락을 받으며 모든 위험한 것들을 물리치고 행복에
I'm
닿을 수
even more
있을
curious
것이니
about this now that I've seen that. Don Quixote Oblivion, who knew?
오늘 나에게 일어날 모험 또한
No, next gamer, that was
기가
me.
막히겠구나.
I have stream chat open up on my phone, so
그리고 우리에게 일어날 모험이기도 하지.
I hate to tell you, but I'm always watching.
다들 기억하지? 무릇 해결사란 생각은 순수하게, 말은 정직하게, 행동은 관대하게. 모험은 용맹스럽게 하고 고난은 견뎌가며
Who's talking? Is this Sancho? Is this going to be the Limbus
어려운
Sancho?
자들에게는
I'm so excited to see the Limbus Company version of Sancho.
마지막에는 목숨을 걸고서라도 꿈을 잡으러 가는 거야. 이 중 하나라도 지키지 못한다면 내가 찾아와서 너희 둘의 머리통을 때릴 테니까
Rip.
언제나 긴장하며 똑바로 나아가도록.
Keep moving forward.
참
치사한 협박이 아닐 수 없군. 나리 치사하네. 치사하다 말했네.
What is it this time?
이 몸의 차례가 온 줄 알았는데. 그래서 이번에야말로 마무리를 멋지게 해내고 싶었는데.
Are we talking about the train or?
신문에 제대로 이름을 날릴 수도 있었을 절호의 기회였는데.
Aww. Pat. Poor Dawn. You'll have your chance, I promise. Returning to P-Corp's war train station seemed to always remind Don Quixote of our last misadventure. She'd repeated that exact same complaint a few times by now. Little does she know.
그런데 왜 그렇게 얼굴 표정이 우거지상인 것인가, 나리?
Yeah, finally. I don't even have a face, let alone an expression.
그렇지 않소, 나리. 보이지 않는 것인겐가? 조그마한
Yeah, I don't know why there wasn't voice acting in the last two intervalos. There was voice acting in every intervalo prior. I don't know what happened.
당연히 표정도
Was
있을
there some kind of
수밖에.
strike in South Korea?
그렇기에 우리는 어떤 것이든 약하다여 무시하지 말고 올곧은 마음으로 정의를
Yeah,
항상
I have confirmed in my
행해야
notes that there are 19 chapters in part 1, so we will play up until that point.
누가 쟤 또 입 열게 했냐?
Courage the last. Oh god. Some time ago, in the freight car of the warp train.
Don Quixote? Can you hear me? Say something.
Don Quixote regards me silently. No, that's some eldritch being who I can't help but wish is Don Quixote, gazing at me. She opens her mouth. My instinct is screaming at me not to listen to her, but...
Don Quixote.
끝난 것인가?
No. I don't think it's ended. Has what ended?
그런가? 나에게 로신한테를 부탁하지.
Well, yeah, it was one thing for like an event, right? Like a Christmas thing. I don't know if I gave her the right answer. Though my answer was an almost instinctual relay of a thought that manifested in my head. Don Quixote closes her eyes upon hearing my reply, as though drifting away into a gentle, pleasant dream. And I carefully slipped a ragged pair of running shoes she called Rocinante onto her feet. And I make a silent wish. Let her blood-red eyes never, ever open again. Well, no, there was voice acting in the Christmas one, wasn't there? I remember there being voice acting.
벌써
But yeah, for like many things, like the Walpurgis Knot, that's one thing, right? But
이게 어떻게 된 것인가?
poor Don.
우리가 쫓던 그
But for like the intervals, for every interval prior, there was voice acting. So it was just so random there wasn't voice acting in this one.
Don Quixote.
설마 나리가 그 자를 잡은 것인가?
아쉽긴 하네. 우리 중에
으.
파우스트랑 단테 말곤
Bring back the
아무도
voice acting.
마지막 장면을 보지 못했다는 건.
엄밀히 말하자면 그 자리에 저자도 있었다. 혈귀를 눈앞에 두고 볼썽사납게 기절해버렸다니. 림버스 컴퍼니의 수치 그 자체로군.
Oh, this?
림컴수 한심.
No.
너 기절한 건 똑같지 않냐?
No bullying the Don.
역시 저라도 남아있었어야 했는데 말입니다.
그렇게 혈기가 무서웠던 거예요, 돈키호테 씨? 괜찮아요. 전 이해할 수 있어요.
I disapprove of all this dawn bullying.
진정한 영웅은 각종의 모욕에도 구태의연하게 견뎌야 하는 법.
확실히 결정적인 순간을 놓친 건 로자 씨 말대로 좀 아쉽긴 하네요. 저희가 본 건 열차 안에 터져 있는 그 혈귀의 파편들과 어떻게 해야 할지 감이 안 온다는 분위기를 풀풀 풍기는 단테뿐이었거든요.
Standing confused. Was I?
깨워주지 그랬는가? 이 양뺨 싸다구를 철썩 때리는 한이 있더라도.
그래서 정확히 무슨 일이 일어났었던
That's classified,
건가요?
I'm afraid.
I already told you guys earlier, didn't I?
그게
Fair.
이것만 계속했는데 대체 뭘 말해줬다는 거죠?
혹시 머리에 불길이 치솟으면서 횡설수설하셨던 그때처럼 정신착란 증세를 보인 것은 아니십니까?
Oh, no, it's,
Otis being and glaring at me warily as though my clock head was about to explode at any moment. That didn't happen.
아니다라. 그럼 상대를 바꿔서 다른 목격자셨던 파우스트 씨 하신 말씀 있으신가요?
Ah, yes, she's well known for answering all questions. Radia asked confidently, still in the mood to play detective.
구테어 파우스트 쪽에서 전달드릴 내용은 없을 것 같군요.
Oh man, who is Faust? Oh, I'm so curious. No, why does your candle have to be last? You got me so interested right now.
너희가
Damn it.
주의 깊게 들어야 하는 전달 사항이 있다.
I have no idea if it was a coincidence or not, but Virgilia stepped in at just the right moment to divert the snares away from me.
알다시피 우리는 피사에서 의뢰를 받았다.
I'm also very curious to learn about P Corp. I know nothing about them. This is the first time we've ever talked about the previous cutscenes mentioning that we're going there aside, of course.
네네. 이번에도 뒤틀림인지 환상차인지 때려잡고 넘기고 볶고 뒤지고 뭐 그러시겠다고.
그리고 끝에 가서는 황금 가지를 우리가 차지할 수 있는 의뢰라는 것도 알고 있네.
Don Quixote replies, brimming with excitement.
저 둘이 대답할 정도면 나머지도 확실하게 알고 있다는 거겠지. 이번 작전의 형태는 조금 아니 정정하지. 상당히 달라졌다. 어쩌면 지금까지의 작전 중에
Is that right? Interesting.
껄끄러워질 수 있을 거다.
Wow, we're actually getting information for Virgilius. It must be serious.
갑자기 이 인원의 3배 정도 되는 사람들 사이에서 단체로 움직이거나 하면 좀 껄끄러울 수는 있겠지만
수감자들의 감은 나날이 좋아지는군요.
아, 정말인가요? 저 그냥 앞으로 무턱대고 추측하는 말은 하지 말까 봐요.
That's a good guess, Ishmael.
뭐 3배나 되는 강적이 달려들 것이라고 하는 것보단 아군인 편이 낫지 않겠나.
합동 작전을 한다는 것인가? 상대는 누구지?
아직 합동 작전에 대한
Yeah, they have not gone in what I would call in our favor.
아팠던 기억이었어.
Our mission at K-Corp was our first and last experience with a joint operation.
아직도 그때 메르소의 팔 한쪽이 날아가서 기둥에 부딪히고 떨어졌던 게 생생하게 기억난다고.
Gross.
견갑골 부위를 포함하고 있었다.
그냥 이번에도 우리끼리 하면 안 돼? 다른 사람들은 영 도움도 안 되고 거리적거리기만 할걸.
저 녀석의 말에 적극 동의하게 되는 건 오랜만이군.
With that one. Yeah, the name. Company doesn't care what we think,
너희들만
remember?
그런 생각을 가지고 작전에 참여하진 않을 것이라는 점 꼭 기억하고 있는 게 좋을 거다. 이번 의뢰는 해결사 총괄 협회인 하나 협회에서 내건 공개 의뢰.
The Hannah Association, huh? Oh no, Don's about to lose it. Virgilia stopped himself, noticing an ominous aura from one of the singers. Yep, Don's gonna go off. Yep. There stood Don Quixote, practically vibrating with excitement.
이쯤에서 아무나
I can't condone it, but I can't condemn it.
내가 맞지.
Poor Don. Aw. I feel bad. Like it's supposed to be her Canto. We're just bullying her so hard. Poor Don.
협회 소속 해결사들의 모임이 될 수 있다는 거다.
Oh no.
내놈 주둥이 좀
Don's
가만히 놔둘 수 없나?
counter is dropping. She's about to breach containment. And I'm so glad Otis was here to stop Don Quixote from exploding into joy. Oh, that's such a sad sentence. Because if she hadn't, we'd be drawing the attention of every single person in a sizable radius around us. I get it, but I don't like it.
그래서 뭐 어떤 걸 처리해야 되는 건데?
아니, 어떤 식으로 처리하는지가 궁금해.
뒷골목 해결사처럼 말씀하시네요.
I mean, kind of are in a way. Virgilius looked up as Heathcliff asked his question.
자세한 건
are
우리에게 걸어오고
okay.
있는 의뢰자에게 들어보도록 하지.
Virgilius is like, oh, thank God, I don't have to talk to you all anymore. Yay, lunacy. We're gonna roll hard on the Walpurgis knot, let me tell you. So, she's the one we're supposed to meet here at the station.
이거 특색 붉은 시선님을 뵈어 영광이군요. 그 외에도 모두들 반갑습니다. 저는 피사 아카이빙 부서의 부장 채사라입니다.
아카이빙 부서? 뭔가 기록하는 일이라도 하는 건가?
Bookkeepers,
그렇다고 할 수
no!
있죠. 다른 날개는 몰라도 피사에서는 꽤 중요한 부서랍니다.
Yeah, they got bullied to some extent, but Don is getting more bullied than any of them ever were.
틀린 말은 아니네요. 당신들 림버스
So what does
컴퍼니에
P Corp
대한
do? Again, I know nothing about
건너건너서
them.
들려오더라고요. 뭐라더라? 황금가지라는 것만 얻을 수
Upon seeing who? Cicero over here?
지금까지 불사하면서 의뢰를 성공시켜내고야만은 중견 회사라고 하던데.
틀린 말은 아니지만.
Hey, she's actually making us sound pretty impressive, huh?
바로 그것이네. 본인과
Oh
동료들은
god, yep. Don's breach containment.
죽음을 각오하며 무수한 악들을
I appreciate so much that
처단해내지.
Type Moon doesn't do a lot of like eye candy. But the other sinners were more confused and impressed by her description, but it was clear from Don Quixote's practically twinkling eyes that she was immensely infatuated by it.
이쪽에서도 이번 의뢰에 대한 대략적인 내용은 전달받았습니다. 다양한 해결사들이 모여 수차례나 토벌을 시도하고 있는
Urban
도시
nightmare, huh?
방공급 사건이 있다고.
맞아요.
해결사들이 올 때마다 선수, 부장식이나 되는 당신 같은 사람이 마중 나와 줄 리는 없었을 테고.
네, 그것 또한 맞습니다.
더군다나 공식적인 자리도 아닌 곳에서 의뢰를 전달한다는 건 우리에게 원하는 게 도시 악몽의 토벌뿐만이 아니라 그 이상의 뭔가를 해내주었으면 하는 기대가 느껴지는군요. 아까 말한 대로 죽음까지 불사하면서 뭔가를 해줄 것이란 기대가.
Oh, that's a glowing.
이상한 기분이네요. 굳이 숨길 셈도 아니었지만 간파당한 느낌이라.
We stare in dumbfounded silence as Virgilius effortlessly cuts through the hoops to get through the core of the contract.
맞아요. 토벌 대상이 있는 위치 어딘가에 황금가지라는 게 있다고 해요. 이건 당신들 쪽에서 우리에게 먼저 연락을 취해서 말한 정보죠.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying like they don't draw people who are unattractive, but they don't draw like thirst trap kind of characters. Is what I mean.
정확한 좌표는
That probably would have been a better
당신들 인원이
term.
직접 그 구역으로 들어가야지만 알 수 있다고 하고. 난 장난 전화인 줄 알았다니까요.
하지만 그 순간 결코 거절하지 못할 제안도 함께이지 않았습니까?
장담하는데 당신들 회사에는 정보 수집력이 어마어마하게 대단한 정보원이나 유능한 정보 부서가 있을 거예요.
I wonder if Limbus Company is trying to actually become like a new L Corp wing.
그래서 토벌해야 되는 게 정확히 어떤 건데요? 여러 해결사가 모인 걸 보면 지난번처럼 지구에서 탈출한 환상체라도 어딘가에 돌아다니고 있는 건가요? 혹은 뒤틀림이라거나.
Sarah wordlessly stared at Ishmael as she began to rapid fire her list of questions.
설명. 그러니까 환상체나 뒤틀림이라는 건 일종의 괴물 같은 건데요.
I'm sure she knows, Ishmael.
차라리 그런 것이었으면 더 좋았을 뻔했을 텐데요.
Something had caught my eye immediately after we arrived at this place.
Missing persons flyers.
Countless flyers, each in search of a different person, were taped to the pillars inside the station. Looks like people of P Corp are randomly going missing in no discernible age or gender patterns. Hey, same thing was happening in T Corp. Sarah, realizing that we were staring at the wall of missing persons flyers, began.
전단지가 떼어지지 않고
Yeah, it's not a
종이가
waifu
너덜거릴
simulator
때까지
for sure,
있다는 건
which is another thing I appreciate.
여전히 그들이 집으로 무사히 돌아오지 않고 있다는 뜻이죠.
토벌해야 하는 건 개체가 아니라 현상인가?
행복한 미소가 꽃피는 곳. 옛 이야기 속의 놀이공원 라만차랜드죠.
Oh, La Mancha Land.
라만차 랜드.
This is where
집계가 된
I finally get to learn
실종자만
about it.
현재 수십여 명.
The season's namesake.
아마 실제로는 그 이상이겠죠. 2달 전 피사 뒷골목에서 나타난 이 라만차랜드에 입장한 방문객들은
Yeah, exactly.
오늘까지도 대부분 퇴장하지 못하고
I couldn't
있습니다.
give a less of a rat's ass about that kind of thing, but I see cool design or like story-rich design, which is like, yep, here's my credit card, take it.
제게 할당된 직원들만으로는 처리가 불가능했어요. 생긴 지 사흘 만에 도시 질병을 부여받고 지금은
No, stream's not ending yet. We still got a ways to go. We'll be stopping at the end of part 1, which is right after chapter 19.
도시 악몽 정도라면 피사가 자력으로 해결 가능한 수준이라고 생각됩니다.
Well, you gotta be an urban nightmare before you can be a star of the sea.
그게 다른 부서에서는 그리 주목하지 않는 현상이라 전투 부서의 정규 직원들이 투입되지 않았거든요.
왜 피사에서는 그들을 투입시켜주지 않은 겐가?
Quixote was now completely and emotionally invested in this gripping tale of tragedy that our client was sharing. Sarah seems to be enjoying Don Quixote's excessive, almost theatrical reaction.
이 현상이 나타난 장소가 뒷골목이니까요. 둥지였다면 당장이라도 압착 부서의 정예 요원들을 배치했을걸요.
That makes sense.
그쯤 아시죠, 제사라 부장. 그게 다는 아니지 않습니까? 당신의 직책이라면 타 부서 직원을 투입해달라는 협조 요청은 일도 아니었을 것이고 림버스 컴퍼니를 선택한 이유는 따로 있지 않습니까?
Oh, dude, I absolutely would. Like the bankruptcy option in the poll would appear again for a Zhao ID.
알겠어요.
Although I don't think we're gonna get one.
자백하겠습니다.
I don't know. I just have a gut
저희
instinct
부서의
that we're not gonna get one.
라만차랜드를 없애는 것이 아닙니다. 자, 당신들은 곧 다른 해결사들과 함께 라만차랜드로 향하게 될 것입니다. 한 가지 조언을 드리자면 당신들이 황금가지를 찾으러 왔다는 사실을 다른 해결사들이 알게 하지 마세요. 황금가지라는 미지의 것이 어딘가에 숨겨져 있다고 섣불리 밝혔다간
Yeah, that would be bad.
해결사들에겐 또 다른 보상으로 여겨질 수도 있으니까요. 괜히 저들을 자극하지 말라는 소리죠. 물론
Be subtle. God, don't worry. We are the walking definition of subtle.
라마차랜드의 토벌이 아니라는 것도 함구하는 게 좋겠죠?
한마디로 피사와 림버스 컴퍼니 서로가 원하는 것을 조용히 얻고 처리하자는 소리 정도로 일축할 수 있겠네요.
정리가 깔끔하시네요.
너무 얕잡아 보지 말도록. 그렇게 멍청하게 기밀을 나불거릴 자가 우리 중에 있을 수도 있나.
Stop bullying Don.
본론으로 향하는 게 어떻겠습니까? 이곳에 오래 서
Oh, listen, I'm giving you an order.
시선만 많아질 뿐이니.
그렇네요. 라만차랜드로 들어가 그곳을 최초로 만들어낸 무언가 혹은 누군가를 찾은 뒤 저에게 데려오세요.
누군가?
무언가일 수도 있다. 정보가 너무 적군. 생물인지 무생물인지도 알 수 없는 것인가.
I assume she doesn't either.
단순히 라만차랜드를 없애는 걸로 끝나는 게 아니라 만든 사람이 필요한 이유는 뭔가요?
So it's Lamantrum-land and ego, like the library was Angela's ego. Interesting. Sarah's eyes twinkled for a brief moment as they lingered on Sinclair.
왜 그러시나요?
그런 질문을 감히 할 거라는 생각조차 하지 못해서 오히려 말문이 막혔달까요? 제가 당신들에게 황금가지를 왜 찾아 헤매고 있냐는 질문을 하지 않았던 것처럼. 뭐 굳이 숨길 만한 내용은 아니지만요. 굳이 말씀드리자면 그 피해에 대한 책임을 묻기 위해서죠.
맞는 말이지. 그런 극악무도한 짓을 저지른 자에겐 마땅한 처벌이 내려져야 하는 법.
그리고 겸사겸사 다른 부서들을 제칠 만한 성과를 올려서 간만에 승진하면 더 좋고요.
어차피 우리가 받아들이냐와는 관계없이
I know that it causes all the abnormalities in my facility to go bonkers, and I know that nuggets don't die when they're in it.
없애버리는데 성공한다고 쳐도 그 요상한 놀이공원을 만든 놈을 너희에게 안 데려오면 그땐 어쩔 거냐?
Heathcliff spoke crassly, but it was a reasonable question. After all, there was also a chance that we could fail to bring the culprit here, even if we wanted to.
당장 손에 넣을 순 없겠지만 황금가지라는 걸 우리 쪽에서도 차차 연구를 해보기 시작하겠죠.
갖고 오지 않으면 앞으로 우리의 것을 빼앗을 수도 있다는 말이군.
물론 데려온다면 굳이 그런 불확실한 걸 연구할 필요는 없겠죠. 그리고 지금이야 라만차랜드가 도시 악몽에 머무르고 있다 해도 그 위험도의 성장세가 가파르다 보니 도시 곳곳에서 조금씩 주목받고 있어요. 지금 이 순간에도 여러 해결사들이 라만차랜드의 토벌을 위해 도시 전역에서 모이고 있기도 하고.
Oh boy.
라만차랜드를 토벌할 사람들은 우리 말고도 많다는 건가요?
돈과 명예를 원하는 자들은 언제나 마르는 법이 없죠. 어쩌면 그 해결사들도 조만간 황금가지라는 것에 관심을 가질 수도 있을 거예요. 값진 것이 있으면
단내를 풍겨오기 마련이니까.
다른 세력이나 해결사가 눈독 들이기 전에 조용히 거래하자는 거군요.
이번에도 이야기의 핵심을
오케이,
잘
cool.
파악하네요. 맞아요. 다행인 일이죠. 서로가 찾고 있는 게 아직까진 서로에게만 가치 있다고 판단하고 있으니까. 그래서 당신들도 황금가지에 대해 말을 아끼는 거고, 저희도 라만차랜드를 만든 무언가에 대해서 입조심을 하는 거죠.
타다. 아는 놈이 많을수록 정보는 가치를 잃지. 흔해 빠진 공산품처럼.
그럼 그렇지. 난 또 기념품이라도 챙겨주는 줄 알았잖아. 괜히 따로 부른 게 아니었네.
당신들에게 거는 기대가 커요. 죽음까지도 불사하시는 분들이잖아요.
She keeps saying that. Hey, everyone, make sure to stay hydrated. This is what every single one of our contracts has been like. Our stability and safety go out the window the moment a mission begins in earnest. We share nothing but our cold goals and objectives, not exchanging anything deeper than the shallowest transactions. Sounds about right. I had grown to accept this as inevitability, but I do know what this is. But this is probably not the right way. Amidst the dull and resigned eyes of the other sinners, Don Quixote's eyes alone burned with passionate fire.
제사라 부장이시여, 믿어주시게. 꼭 이 돈키호테와 림버스 컴퍼니의 동료들이 라만차랜드를 없애고 실종된 사람들까지 구해내리다. 그 간악한 라만차랜드의 창조자 또한 데려올 테니 부디 모두를 대신하여 엄벌에 처해주시게.
어머나, 그거 참 안심이 되는 말이네요. 웬만한 해결사들보다 더 믿음직스러운걸요?
이 돈키호테! 자네를 위해 용맹하고 명예롭게 싸워서 비사의 전당에 이름을 남기리라.
Don Quixote was bouncing up and down like she was preparing to stand to Sarah's beck and call. Oh, Lord.
그만.
그 짧은 시간에 사람 하나 다루는 법을 정확하게 간파해냈군.
저 녀석이 너무 쉬운 거 아니냐?
자, 그럼 슬슬 이동할까요?
떠나세! 자, 안내해 주시겠는가?
안타깝지만 안내는 없어요. 저는 여러분들이랑 같이 갈 수 없는걸요. 여기 종이에 적힌 장소로 가주시면 됩니다.
어째서인가? 자네 혼자서만 가면 보험이 촉촉할 터인데. 당연하잖아요. 온갖 해결사들이 모여있다는 곳에서 우리가 저 부장이랑 같이 들어가면 순식간에 인기 스타가 되거든요.
Yeah, for real though.
응. 우리랑 피사가 모종의 연결고리가 있다는 냄새를 바로 맡게 되겠지.
인기 스타 좋지 않은가?
돈키호테, 이 말했듯이 꼭 하나만 있지 않다는 걸 슬슬 할 때가.
현장은 뒷골목에 있으니 통행권을 나눠드릴게요.
Hold
당분간
on.
피사의
Such a
뒷골목과
simple
둥지를
life she
자유롭게 오갈
leads.
수 있는 특수 업무 비자입니다.
역시 이런 걸 나눠줄 정도면 작거나 힘이 없는 부서는 아닌 것 같은데 말이죠.
Sinclair was so quietly suspicious, but that small doubt was practically buried in the brief commotion that followed as sinners gathered in front of Cicera to receive their visa. Alright. Alright. Oh my. Okay, then. Boom. You do the order, Don Quixote up in the front. Oi. Bullet. Boom,
일이라.
boom, boom, boom.
따뜻하게.
그래, 태워보지 뭐.
망치.
실을 쥐고.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. I saw all 12 selected and I thought we were doing the thing again. Got it. Okay.
일이라
We're doing a chain battle again. Never mind.
뜨겁게.
움직이는 먹인자. 재밌겠군.
Sarah's directions led us to an empty lot in the back streets.
뭐야 여기? 뒷골목은 보통 건물들이 뒤지게 빽빽하게 마련인데 왜 여기만 텅 비어 있어?
그러게. 뒷골목에서 이 정도의 땅을 놀리는 건 흔치 않을 텐데.
이유는 모르겠지만 건물에 현수막도 여기저기 붙어 있네요.
너희는 현장을 보고 있도록 나는 잠시 파우스트 씨와 함께 담당자를
Assess the situation.
만나보지.
And B Corp is shiny.
그때까지
It's very pretty
얌전히.
here.
아니, 큰 사고까지 가지 말도록.
Catch yourself. Like, no trouble as possible. Just keep the trouble to a minimum. He's given up on the slim hope that we won't be getting into any trouble without him.
자, 그럼 안으로 들어가 볼까?
The empty lot was surrounded by all kinds of warning signs and perimeter tapes, deterring anyone from haphazardly wandering inside. And when we reached out to grab the tapes to duck under them, a voice rang out, stopping us in our tracks.
네?
What?
잘 모르는 것 같아서 하는 말인데 여기 함부로 들어오면 안 돼요. 안 돼. 저도 그렇고 여기 모여 있는 사람들은 해결사거든요. 해결사. 여기는 일반인들이 함부로 있으면 안 되는 작전 구역이에요. 나 참 피사는 관리를 어떻게 하는 거라.
You're sloppy on your intel. Don't you know who I am?
뭐죠? 왜 저만 쳐다보면서?
뭐? 우리를 걱정해 주는 것인가? 괜찮네. 괜찮아. 비록 아직 해결사는 아니지만 정의를 위해 목숨을 불사하고 싸운다는 그 마음만큼은 모두가 매한 가지지.
Oh boy. Don Quixote confidently leaps over the warning tape and scampers into the empty lot.
여기가 뭐 하는데 이제 알고 들어오는.
Nope, but we'll figure it out.
자네들처럼 우리 또한 의뢰를 받았다네. 라만차랜드의 토바르의 말일세.
I could practically hear everyone in the empty lot turning around to look at us. The looks on their eyes could hardly be described as friendly. In fact, their alarm at our arrival was palpable. That's when one of the fixers, wielding a massive weapon, strode in our direction.
너희도 사냥하러 온 놈들이라고.
You just port me.
아이고, 그러고 보니 무기 점검하는 걸로 잊어버렸네. 이럴 때가 아니지. 얼른 가서 마저 손질해야겠다.
The obnoxious guy, who was clearly way in over his head, hurried away when the giant of a fixer stomped his way into the conversation. And the other fixers shook their heads as though they knew what was about to happen.
딱 봐도 협회 출신은 아니고 이름도 안 알려진 어중간한 사무소에서 온 모양인데 대체 몇 명이 더 기어들어오는 거지? 어중이 떠중이가 늘어나는 걸 보니 니놈들이 기대하는 토벌 금액도 계속 줄어들어서 나중에 거스름돈이나 손에 쥘 수 있을지 걱정이군.
온지 얼마나 됐다고? 시비 거는 놈이 벌써 2명이냐?
옷에는 송곳니 사냥 사무소라고 써있긴 하다만 송곳니 사냥이라 하면
너희 실제로 본 적은 있나?
무엇을 말인가?
혈귀.
혈귀? 이것과 혈귀가 관련이 있다는 건가요?
Oh my.
이 임무에 혈귀가 연관되어 있다는 것은 전달받지 못한 사실이었다.
We're in the form of a lot of
이거
things.
봐. 이놈들도 제대로 아는 것도 없이 들어왔잖아. 난 너희같이 돈만 보고 아무것도 모른 채 득달같이 달려드는 놈들을 보면 부하같이 밀어. 혈귀 사냥을 방해하는 것도 모자라서 장뜩 돋아진 내 흥까지 쉽게 만들거든.
아니 왜? 돈만 보고 오는 게 잘못인가?
로자 씨, 아마도 이자들은 토벌 현상금이 목표가 아니라
그래.
They're here for the thrill of the
이
hunt.
사건 자체에 특별한 의미를 부여하는 자들이군. 단순히 돈으로 움직이는 자들보다 골치 아픈 유형이지.
혈귀를 상대하는 게 뭔지 알지도 못하는 놈들과 같이 임무를 수행할 마음은 없다.
다커.
Hey, an acronym I understand.
무시하려고 그러더라. 궁금해서 되물어보게 되는군. 뭐라고 했지?
Does no one tell him that we dealt with blocking the way?
가득한 새끼.
Damn, Sinclair!
쳐라 허저. 이었다.
Okay.
이번엔 속마음이 좀 더 들어가신 모양이네요.
Yeah, this is a bit. Yeah, Sinclair popped off.
하지만 그런 단축도 마음에 드는군.
아무튼 저희도 혈기라면 많이는 아니지만 나름 상대해봤고 당신들한테 무시받을 사람은 한 명도 없어요. 적어도 전투에서만큼은.
다 좋았는데 굳이 한번 뜸 들였어야 해?
Yeah, you're learning, Sinclair. You're getting there.
있다는 건가? 그럼 솜씨 한번 볼까? 어줍지 않은 놈들인지 진짜 사냥꾼들인지.
뭐? 토벌하러 들어가기도 전에 여기서 힘 빼야 돼? 다 허락받고 왔다니까.
We got permits.
너무
You
걱정은
think he
마라.
gives a rat's?
발다리 정도만
Dude, I don't
적당히
give a
들어지게
rat's that we have a
만들어주지.
permit.
딱 집으로 돌아가고 싶어질 만큼. 집으로 돌아가는 열차를 타면서 우리에게 고마워해라. 혈귀에게 비참하게 피를 빨아먹히는 것보다는 이 편이 더 나을 테니.
All right, time to commence beatings. Don Quixote, lead the charge. Or don't lead the charge. Roll a 5. We tried. Anyway.
조심.
Word. They got big old hammers.
끝내. 전수하리.
이 결정.
Let's see here. No, do not fire yet. Wait for it, Charlie, too.
따라오십시오.
We're gonna go until we hit chapter 19. So, and that's the end of part 1 for Canto 7. And then for the next stream, we will play up until the end of part 2. And then the final stream on Sunday, we will play until excuse me, we will play until we beat the part 3 and the whatever intervalo comes after.
부드럽게.
본인의 승리일세. 이결 본인의 승리일세.
Also, I don't know if I missed you or not if you joined earlier, but welcome back to Pigeon Cube Cosmic. I hope you're doing well.
좋은 것입니다.
Stop. That doesn't matter. No, you still have 0 sanity, oddly enough.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
How much poise is too much? Never be too much.
끝내. 전수하리. 부드러지게.
이 결정.
More dudes, more beatings.
셰프를 따라오십시오. 잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
That.
똑바로 서라. 나무 인형만도 못한 거.
Who else? Just you. Well, sucks to suck, nerd. It's going to kill him with the bare minimum.
벌써 부서졌나?
There we go. First battle of the Canto. A rounding success. Victory for Don Quixote.
더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
Alright, I just want to check real quick, see if I can level you up anymore with all the XP stuff I gathered. Probably not. Yep, I didn't think so. Well, that's worth checking just real quick, like. Yep, there you are.
탄피가 떨어질 때군요.
Oh, more dudes. I wasn't expecting more dudes. Okay. I'll use the ego if I have a reason to.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
부드럽게.
본인의 승리일세.
Oh, come on. 4 tails in a row. Oh, this. Really? I can do anything. Alright, well, I'll burn to death.
부드럽게.
Mother!
본인의 승리일세.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다.
Oh, yeah. Get him, Ryoshu. Get him. Stagger. Staggered.
끝내. 전수하리.
That's lovely. Oh, come on. Oh, this. Heads, please. God, killing me. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we still got one more dude that's coming up, so wait a moment before we start pulling out the big guns.
본인의 승리일세. 이 결투.
자연스러운 것입니다.
Damn, 800 damage, not bad. All right. Everyone do all the max stuff. Just one fire 2 in a row. Boom, 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 boom.
조여먹고
Off you go.
읽어볼까? 본인의
Dead.
승리일세. 이 결투.
And fish him off. Fire. Boom. Later. One shot, one kill. Good night, Silver. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping by.
도대체 그런 변신 기술은 듣도 보도 못한 기술을 쓰는군.
야, 이 정도면 혈기 들이고 먹어 죽사발 만들 조건은
Oh,
되냐?
get twitted, idiot.
그래, 이 정도면 인정할 수밖에 없지.
생각보다 괜찮은 놈들이 왔는데? 제 몫을 할 줄 아는 해결사는 언제나 환영이지. 이제 보니 너희 전에 워프 승강장 앞에서 떠들던 개들이구나. 되게 바빠 보이던. 아, 나는 로메로야.
일행이 싸우는데 뒤에서 구경하고 있었던 건가?
처음부터 구경했던 건 아니고 중간부터 봤어. 어차피 얘네들은 말려도 내 말을 잘 안 듣거든. 그리고 아까 보니까 쉽게 당할 실력도 아니길래. 이해해줘. 나쁜 친구들은 아니야. 혈기들을 사냥할 때 온갖 일에 겪다 보니 조금 예민한 거지.
이해하오. 그런 존재를 사냥하다 보면 많은 것에 의구심을 품을 수밖에 없을 테니.
사실 나도
Yeah,
얘네
they're not
의견에
easy to put down,
부분적으로는
that's for sure.
동의해. 토벌 상대에 비해서 피사와 하나협회에서 내건 토벌 참가조건은 지나칠 정도로 분별력이 떨어져. 나였다면 그런 식으로 조건을 낮춰서 모집하진 않았을 거야.
His friendly smile faltered slightly as he gestured around the empty lot.
저쪽 천막 주위를 둘러봐. 뭘 알고서 온 놈들이 있긴 하는지. 이런 건 전문가에게 맡기는 게 제일 안전했을 텐데 말이야.
The command tent. Well, simultaneously turned to look at the large, noisy tent.
여러분들 봤어? 저기 입구 쪽에서 싸움 난 거?
Is that selfie
정말
stick?
난장판이지?
Oh, dude, this guy's a streamer.
내가 이런 놈들이랑 같은 의뢰를
We got a
하면서
rival
부딪히고
streamer.
있어야 된다는 거야.
저자는 또 뭐지?
In the distance, we saw some guy running his mouth and striking several exaggerated, dramatic poses at a tiny device, most likely a camera of sorts. No. We have all experience with someone like him in the past. Yeah, we do. Siegfried. That guy reminds me of a certain someone.
지크프리트처럼 사진을
Yep.
찍어대네요.
He ran around for a while, visiting every corner of the empty lot, trying to get every detail in the frame. And suddenly started striding toward us in an annoyed gait.
이봐, 너희.
Alright, pigeons, get ready. We got a rival streamer. We're gonna have to take this guy down.
좀 다른 데로 가줄래? 시청자들한테 방해가 되잖아.
Oh, no, you didn't. You get in the way of my viewers. How dare you?
그쪽이.
Hell yeah. You tell him. Oh, he whipped his attention back to the camera as though pretending not to. Yeah,
지금
sorry,
내가
I was
어디
reading that
왔냐고?
silently, I realized.
너무 놀라지 마. 바로 피사가 있는 16구 뒷골목이지. 맞아. 지난번에 피사 150년산 아이스크림 반영구 통조림 후기 방송 다들 기억하지? 그런데 아쉽게도 오늘
Oh, you're one of
아이스크림을
these
먹으러 온게
streamers.
아니야.
Oh boy.
저 양반은 아까부터 계속 뭐 하고 있는 거야? 누구한테 말을 하고 있는 건데?
아마도 방송을 보고 있는 자기 시청자들한테 말하고 있는 것 같아요.
모종의 방송 호스트라는 느낌이 드는군. 최근 일부 도시에서는 카메라를 통해 간단한 방송을 송출하는 문화가 유행이라는 것 같다.
Yeah. Oh no.
무례한 작자네.
Streamers rise up.
어머니, 너무 신경 쓰지 마.
정말
응?
Aw, Dawn. Dawn's so happy to be surrounded by famous fixers.
저자는 3대 해결사 잡지 중 하나인 월간 해결사들 10월호에서 주목해야 하는 신인 해결사 12 중 한 명으로 뽑힌 서부 쉔크협회의 까미우날이란 말일세.
Dawn.
분명히 말하는 거지만 그런 걸 아는 사람은 됐어요.
Let's pause this, man.
포스에서 보여주기까지 했는데 아무도 듣지 않았다는 것인가?
I wasn't in that cutscene, Dawn. I'm sorry.
듣고 잤지.
Aw.
굽잇기를 운행 중에 그런
Stop the bullying. I don't like it.
멀미를 유발하오.
Poor Dawn.
도쿄태양.
Stop crapping on Dawn's interests. The grumbling sneers clearly existed outside Don Quixote's world. She's breathing very heavily, a look of adoration clear on her face. She's just someone with a hyper fixation. Let her cook.
선수 인사까지 나누게 될 줄이야.
Of course, no one shook hands or exchanged the simplest pleasantries with Camille just yet. Yet. I like the yet. As if.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가? 아니야, 넣어두게. 정말 2배로 받을 거라고 생각했는가?
볼성산업군 여기까지
Oh, Sway
와서
Association.
주택을 부리나?
Damn, get clowned
와,
on.
여러분 보여? 이쪽은 이번 임무에서 내 보조를 맡은 스바이어프의 폴라.
Sidekick. This guy is looking to get decked by somebody.
착장을 보면 알겠지만 나랑 똑같이 서부에서 온 해결사들이야. 가끔 이렇게 협회에서 내 보조를 멋대로 붙여서 협력 작전으로 의뢰를 해결하기도 해. 어? 그래, 맞아. 난 혼자일 때도 빛나는 편이긴 하지만.
You know, if the blood fiend kills you, I will not care.
그래도 자, 폴라 씨, 우리 팬 여러분들에게 인사 한마디 해줄래?
I can't wait for you to get canceled.
싱크 협회가, 스바이 협회가 한 자리에서 협력하는 것을
Dawn's gonna pass out. Breathe, Dawn. Breathe. Deep breath. I think she's tearing up. Oh, she's so happy.
벅차오르는 이 감동, 가슴이 요동치는군.
This is the greatest day of her life.
영상으로만 본 자들이,
Look at that
실제로만
face.
보던 자들이, 피규어로만 보던 자들이 직접 걸어다니고 이야기하는 걸 눈앞에서 보고 있다니.
Do you know most of the fixers here then, Don Quixote?
구독 중인 해결사 잡지에 나온 해결사들은 대부분 거의 다 모조리 알고 있네.
Right. If that's the case, and if everyone here really are all fixers, then she probably knows who that person is too, right? The person who's been staring daggers at us this whole time.
And who are they over there? That group of fixers who's been staring at us for a while.
어디 보쇼, 어디? 아이, 벌써부터 림버스 컴퍼니를 알아보는 해결사가 있단 말인가? 아이, 이거 참 곤란한데.
I'm sure he won't.
아이, 그래서 일부러 일면에 본인 사진을 실는 건 과다고 했거든.
Good, they're done.
본인의 지식에 없는 자들인 걸로 보아서는 등록한 지 얼마 안 되는 조그만 사무소 같군. 모습을 보면 그래도 동부 출신인 것 같소만.
Oh, she's learning.
다행이네요. 저분들이 누구인지는 마침 제가 알고 있거든요.
Oh?
무엇이? 본인도 모르는 해결사를 안단 말이오?
Don Quixote stares at Hong Lu in utter disbelief. She's like offended. How dare you?
고개 숙여. 얼른. 같이 쳐다보지 마.
아까부터 계속 마주보고 있는 중이었다. 눈을 피할 이유는 없었다.
You blink first. No, you blink first, bro. You blink first.
이젠 저희 쪽으로 걸어오고 계시는데요. 손이라도
We
흔들어야
wave
할까요?
at them, Sinclair, please.
그럼 이렇게 된 거 만만하게 책 잡히지 않게 다시 쳐다보자고. 당당하게.
Yeah, confidence. Don't worry, Gregor's a great actor.
You know they're within hearing distance, right?
바로 앞까지 오셨어요.
Now what?
아이씨, 답답해. 눈을 왜 피해? 이런 거 수틀리면 바로 육탄전이야. 야, 볼 일 있냐? 어? 넌 또 왜 이 상황에서도 실실 웃고 있어?
Yeah, you got a problem?
여러분에게 이렇게 빠르게 소개해드리게 될 줄은 미처
Oh, someone you
몰랐어요.
know.
인사시켜드릴게요. 제 동생 가시춘이랍니다.
Oh, little sister.
Little sister?
동생이요?
Hong Lu
자식하면
family.
몰라볼 뻔했지 뭐야. 마지막으로 보았을 때만 해도 내 물음만 했었잖니.
그건 어릴 때였으니까. 집을 나가서 혼자 대체 뭘 거창한 짓을 준비하고 있나 했더니 이게 전부야? 오빠가 만든 세력이?
세력이 아니야, 시춘. 소개해줄게. 여기서부터 차례대로 그레고르 씨.
Awkward.
왜 그렇게 쭈뼛거려? 내 이름은 로즈.
됐어? 그럴 시간도 없고.
Not interested. Just, I can't pronounce that. Gave us side eye before dismissively cutting us off.
그래. 아, 이제 보니까 키만 자란 게 아니라 시춘. 나처럼 친구들도 많아졌구나. 새로 사귀었니?
To call them friends was a very optimistic assessment on Hong Lu's part. Because people who accompanied Jia Shishun were all certainly sizing us up like they were getting ready for a fight.
정말 친구라고 생각해서 그렇게 묻는 거야?
It would surprise you if you
다른
did.
오빠 언니들에 비하면 한참 부족한 편이야.
그렇구나.
그리고 가족 중에 몇 명이 여전히 오빠를 찾고 있는 건 알아?
안 그래도 저번에 가완 형이랑 만나서 잠깐 이야기 나눴어.
그 망나니 오빠를 만나고도 멀쩡한 걸 보니
Damn.
우는 어지간해도 좋나 보네. 여전히.
I think back to the time we first met this Jia Huan. Way back in Canto 1, his venomous words, that contemptuous look he gave us as we lay there dying. It seems that moment was embellished into a pleasant, quick chat in Hong Lu's memory. Of course it was. Either that, or if that interaction was what counts as a quick chat for Hong Lu.
시춘, 아까 들었는데 이곳 일대는 위험하다는 것 같아. 사람들이 실종되기도 하고. 너와 일행분들은 안전하게 대피하는 게 어떠니?
진짜 농담이라고 하는 건지 걱정이라고 하는 건지. 저기 말이야, 난 맹한 오빠랑 세력 아니지, 떨거지들보다 먼저 이곳에 도착했거든. 알아듣겠어? 나도 라만 챌린지 토벌 참가자야. 이 장소가
boy.
어떤지는, 어떤 장소인지는 내가 더 잘 알걸?
Getting some bonus Hong Lu development before Canto 8 today. Awesome.
네가 이런 걸 참가할 필요는 없지 않니? 토벌 현상금이 필요할 리도 없고.
당연하지.
Set the pot to the kettle.
오빠도 그런 푼돈이나 노리고 여기까지 기어들어온 건
Yeah,
아닐 거 아니야.
yeah, call him out.
푼돈. 그렇지. 푼돈.
Pocket money. Oh,
그럼
rip.
아니다. 너도 웨이 씨도 대답해 줄 것 같진 않네.
Hong Lu's eyes momentarily diverged from his younger sister to her posse. There's still a long-haired man who looked towards Jia Shichun as though he were asking for her permission. Then walked toward us and bowed deeply and politely toward Hong Lu.
안녕하십니까, 도련님.
와, 오랜만이에요, 웨이 씨.
Aw.
아직도 시춘이
Yeah, someone's finally happy to see him.
부족하지만 여전히 아가씨를 모시고 있습니다.
안쪽은 위험할 수도 있을 텐데. 아, 시춘. 우리랑 같이 다니는 건 어떻겠니?
도련님은 여전하시군요.
In other words, he's still naive as hell.
서로의 목표에만 집중하고 여기서 헤어지는 건 어때? 가만 보니까 그쪽들은 불필요한 관심을 받는 데에는 재능이 있는 것 같은데, 나는 조용하게 다니는 걸 선호해서 안에선 구태여 아는 척하지 않으면 더 좋고.
그래. 시춘 네가 원한다면.
Oh, that one stung. Oh, poor Hong Lu.
다시 만난다면 오빠가 적어도 전보다는 더 나은 모습일 거라고 생각했어.
그렇구나. 네 눈엔 아니었나 보네.
지금 만난 게 나라서 다행인 줄 알아. 다른 언니 오빠들이었으면 그 곱상한 머리통이 이미 바닥을 뒹굴고 있었을 거니까.
응? 고마워.
Shi-chun scowled and opened her lips as though she was about to shoot something back, but she thought better of it, turned around, and left with her posse. No.
뭐 사이 좋은 가족은 의외로 흔치 않잖아. 그렇지?
왜 날 봐? 난 그 개자식은 가족으로 생각 안 했어.
아니 그게
뭘 쳐다보는 거지? 동이라도 바라나?
아이고.
Yeah, wrong
여전히
campaigns for
변한 게
this.
없네요.
No.
예전에도 저렇게 까칠했다는 거야?
아니요. 예전에도 다른 형제들보다 저를 더 잘 따랐거든요. 시추는.
That's not very encouraging.
예전에는이 아니라 예전에도라고 한 것이 맞소?
맞아요.
저것이
Easting's expression grew into a complicated mess of emotions as he looked to the ground, unable to speak further. I don't blame him.
회의는 저 안에서 하려는 모양인데요. 이제 저희도 들어가야 할 것 같아요.
I looked to where Sinclair was pointing at and saw a line of fixers walking into what appeared to be a makeshift command tent. Yeah, we should. Poor Hung Lu, I feel bad for him. Oh, hello. No. No, I don't like that. No, how dare you? No, first of all, no. No, you not only lowered her level, you gave her the no. Why, game?
내가 나설 차례인가?
Oh, piss. Not only took away her. Oh. Who are those people accompanying Virgilius and Cameron?
반가워서 열심히 손은 들었는데 봐주지도 않네.
No, this wasn't about Virgilius. Don Quixote, who stood next to me, was very gradually starting to hyperventilate. You okay, Don Quixote?
비정상적인 호흡 숫자의 증가는 10분 전부터 관찰되고 있었습니다. 생명에 지장이 있는 형태는 아니라 보고하지는 않았습니다.
호흡을 끝내는 법은 잘 알고 있단 말.
Don't you know? Down. Yoshi darted at me with a look that clearly and concisely communicated that she wanted to choke out Don Quixote. I tried my best to look away. Yeah, like what the hell, game? Hey, she's gotta be in their base ID. Fine, but why? So obnoxious. I hate when it does that.
하나 협회에서 온 해결사인가 보네요.
The Hana Association is the one that's overseeing all Fixers Association activities, right? I guess all the times Don Quixote went on impromptu fixer-related lectures wasn't all for naught. Hey, yay! I never paid much attention to it, but once you hear something enough times, those lectures just have a way of lodging themselves into your brain.
하나 협회.
The name alone clearly carried a lot of weight among other fixers. As the Hana Association fixer, dressed in pure white, walked into the room, they all slowly turned the gaze upon her. I was kind of hoping for Olivia, personally. And
붉은 시선도? 세상에 특색을 볼 줄은. 주목을 받는 게 하나 협회만이 아닌데.
Virgilius, who we'd somehow grown used to seeing after such a long period of traveling together, was commanding the attention of everyone in the room merely by his presence. That reminds me, I heard that Don Quixote was overwhelmed by sheer excitement when she saw Virgilius on the bus. Pretty sure she was on the verge of passing out from sheer joy of getting to work next to a color fixer.
이게 당연한 반응인 거죠. 베르길리우스 씨는 색을 부여받은 몇 안 되는 특색 해결사니까.
I imagine there's not many of them left at this point.
엄청나지? 그 특색, 붉은 시선도 왔어. 그만큼 이 작전의 규모가 시시하진 않다는 거지.
I mean, we lost the red mist, the blue reverberation, the black silence, the vermilion cross.
내가 예상한 대로잖아. 이 의뢰는 도시 악몽급 그 이상일 거라니까.
Colors got wiped out.
위험한 일이 생기지 않을까 걱정된다고. 난 여러분들만 있으면.
말세군 말세야.
Oh, is hanging with the kids these days, boomer. Between Camille's nonstop jabbering and Otis's tongue clicking in even 3-second intervals, I wasn't sure which of the two was more annoying. Damn! Okay, come on, that's still our bestie. Thankfully, we weren't the only ones getting increasingly tired of Camille's antics.
지금부터 이 회의장에서 하나협회가 허가한 공식적인 임무 기록용 촬영 외 모든 촬영 행동은 금기로 명한다. 발각될 시 해결사 협회에서 벌점을 부과할 예정이다. 벌점에 따라서는 해결사 자격 정지, 등급 강등까지 이뤄지는 점 각 개인은 잘 알고 있을 것이다.
The green crippled, I don't know who
여러분,
that is.
나는 아무래도 여기서 퇴장해야 할 것 같아. 숭고하게 싸우고 나서 돌아올게. 같이 저녁 식사를 하고 싶은 해결사 투표 꼭 잊지 말아주고. 오늘 자정까지야?
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Yeah. The Fixer's cold declaration fell upon Camille. Fixers inside the command tent like a heavy layer of snow. They all began hurriedly fidgeting with their devices, trying to put them back in their respective cases and bags. With that, the commotion inside the tent rapidly simmered down.
꼴 좋네요. 저자는 당신네 사람 같은데 턱이 빠져 있는 것 같다만 괜찮은 건가?
I assume her jaws dropped. Poor Don.
신경 쓰지 않는 게 좋다.
He's already annoyed. Soon, a P Corp employee walked out in front of the Fixers.
라만 차례인데 토벌 작전은 이번으로 4번째군요.
Damn, round
이
4,
자리에
really?
모인 모두들 대단히 반갑습니다.
For someone who's very happy to see us, he didn't so much as glance in our direction.
저는 피사 아카이빙 부서의 3등급 기록직 과장 알레시오. 그리고 저분은
하늘이다.
아까 만났던 채사라라는 부장과는 다른 사람이네요.
Yeah, she's
부장이
too cool for
직접
us.
나타날 정도의 자리는 아니라는 건가?
자, 그럼 작전 브리핑을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
As we were all standing here sharing our predictions, the employee who introduced himself as Alicio started loading up various images on the monitor.
뭔 거창하게 회의까지.
Heathcliff, please.
아직 시작조차 하지 않았어.
Heathcliff let out a loud, exaggerated yawn. The reproachful glares of our fixers were so palpable that I could almost feel them prickling at my skin.
따로 앉고 싶네요.
No, we cannot. Makes me feel like something of a fixer myself, sitting here with all these people.
저는 말입니다. 관리자님, 이곳과 비교도 아까울 만큼 큰 작전의 지휘를 여러 번.
Numerous.
I wanted to hear more about her story, but the mission briefing was actually getting started. I decided to table my curiosity until later. No, I want to hear Bestie's story.
앞으로 3시간 이내로 이곳에 등장하게 될 라만 차랜드는 수십 명 이상의 해결사들이 토벌에 실패한 공식적인 도시 악몽입니다. 잠시 희생자들을 위한 애도의 시간을 가지겠습니다. 자, 이제 이
Okay, moment
화면에
of silence over.
집중해 주십시오.
You may. Several low-resolution images began to load on the display.
라만차랜드가 탄생한 것 자체는 최소 200년 이상은 되었으리라 추정하고 있습니다. 이는 보고된 사진과 영상들에 찍혀 있는 자재들의 노후 상태로 추측한 결과입니다. 하지만 라만차랜드가 본격적으로 세간에 알려지기 시작한 건 2달 전입니다. 그리고 이 놀이공원을 이루고 있는 재료들은
이미 다 아는 내용인데 뭐 하러 읊고 있어?
피사에서는 토벌에 참가하는 모두에게 충분한
Well, we
정보를
haven't gotten to a duel
제공해야
yet.
할 의무가 있습니다.
There's been no battle yet. It's just all been one cutscene.
이럴 시간에 차라리
뭔가 크게 착각하고 있군. 물론 이곳에 모인 사람 중엔 우수하고 꽤 그럴듯한 실력을 갖춘 자들이 있을 수도 있겠지. 하지만 그래봐야 너희 중 대다수는 이런 도시 악몽 사건이나 처리하다 죽고 다시 채워지는 널리고 널린 해결사 중 하나일 뿐이다.
Damn.
나와 같은 위치인 1급 해결사조차 되지 못하고
I don't remember which Hannah Association we encountered at the library. So this one's north. Which one did we encounter in the
설사
library?
한두 명이 운 좋게 1급이 된다 해도 여기 계신 붉은 시선과 같은 경지는 꿈도 꾸지 못할 거다. 그저 쓰러진 채 그들의 전투를 보고 차이를 느끼며 죽어갈 이들이 대부분이겠지.
Never do I. The grin on the fixer's faces quickly faded away as the boisterous fixer fell dead silent.
그러니까 저 하나 협회 쪽 해결사 길잡이랑
Well, maybe one day, but from what I understand, the next Walpurgis Night will be Lobami Corp
그래도
focus.
역시 붉은 시선님이 더 짱이라네.
그러니 꼴사납게 자만하지 말고 계속해서 집중하도록.
협조 감사합니다. 계속 진행하도록 하죠. 라만차랜드가 이곳에 갑작스럽게 출몰한 이유는 아직까지 알 수 없습니다. 이곳이 뒷골목임에도 라만차랜드가 가진 특수성으로 인해 존재 자체만으로 피사에 무시할 수 없는 위협이 되고 있죠.
그래서요. 여기 땅값이 장난 아니게 내려갔잖아요.
It's just like real life. The fixer from earlier, the one who tried to stop us from entering the scene before sculling away, slowly sidled up to us and began chatting us up. Most of us ignore him, but Han Lu responds to him in a kindly voice.
아, 그런가요?
Section 3. So is that north, south, east, or west? Or do they not have like a directional thing? Because hers says north, that's why I'm asking.
장난 아니었다니까요. 밀집되어 있는 건물 한복판에 생겼으니까요. 얼마나 아비규환이었는데요.
아비규환. 아름다운 단어지.
비사의 건물들이 대부분 탄성이 좋아서 나타난 공간만큼 휘어지긴 했지만 무너지진 않았어요. 그래도 라만차랜드가 만들어지면서 주위에 순식간에 퍼져 나오니까 거기 있던 사람들은 다치고 건물들은 죄다 휘고 그랬다니까요. 그런 규모의 사고치고 생존자가 많은 편이기는 했죠. 이사의 특이점으로 세워진 건물 안에 있던 사람들은 무사했으니까.
Okay, but what is P Corp Singularity? What does it do?
출몰 지점 반경 3km까지는 어떤 건물도 세우지 않는 걸로 규정되긴 했는데
겨우 3km?
피사의 특이점을 활용한 건물들은 신축성이 높아서 그 안에만 있으면 웬만하면 무너지거나 꺼질 일은 없습니다. 주거지에 라만차랜드 외곽이 걸치는 정도는 괜찮다는 판단이겠죠.
피사의 모토가 어디서든 안전한 보금자리를 만드는 것이라고는 하니까요. 하지만 그 사달이 났는데 여기로 이사 오고 싶어할 사람들은 아무도 없을 테니 땅값은 쭉쭉 내려가다 못해 지하를 뚫었다죠. 한때 여기 주민들끼리 참다 못해 피켓도 들고 직접 자경단을 꾸려서 라만차랜드에 쳐들어가기도 했다니까요.
So that's what those banners were about, huh?
사진에 보고된 것처럼 라만차랜드는 겉으로 보기에는 화려한 놀이공원의 모습을 하고 있다. 여러 보고 중 공통된 증언은 반경 8km까지의
Hey, Elias, welcome back to Picture Coop. Hope you're doing well.
이로 인해 호기심을 품은 시민들이 섣부르게 접근하였으며 대다수가 돌아오지 못했지.
그 음악 소리에 사람을 최면 상태로 유도하는 효과가 있을 가능성은 없습니까?
그 점 또한 간과하지 않을 수 없습니다. 아무리 여기저기에 접근 금지 표지판을 세워놓아도 이를
I'm
무시하고
really, yeah, we'll see. I'm really hoping for the warm-hearted woodsman personally. That's my favorite abnormality. I love that dude.
관계자들은 모두 귀마개를 착용할 예정입니다.
Throw the Tin Man some love.
뭐부터 해야 하지?
일단 너희들이 라만차랜드에 입장하고 나면 반드시 곧바로 전투태세에 돌입해야 한다. 그곳에서 너희들이 마주할 것들은 풍선을 나눠주는 친절한 피에로도, 팝콘을 튀겨주는 직원도, 반갑게 손을 흔들며 노래를 불러주는 자들도 아니다.
혈기들 뿐이겠지.
뭐 혈기가 진짜 있긴 한 거였어?
They're real.
한참 전에
Bruh.
도시의별로 유명했다던 피피빵 몰라? 그게 엄청난 혈기였다는 소문이 자자했었는데.
Yeah, that was Eileen, right? She was the Blood Red Knight, wasn't she?
그 소문이 진짜인지 아닌지 누가 알아? 뭐만 하면 살이 붙어서 사실 별거 아니었던 소문들이 얼마나 많은데.
소문! 핏빛밤이 얼마나 즐기고 처참할 정도로 강했는지 평생 모를 너희들은 감히 그렇게 입에 가볍게 올릴 자격이 없다.
그래, 그곳에서 너희를 맞이하는 건 오로지 혈귀로 인해 피주머니로 변해버린 자들, 그리고 너희의 피로 갈증을 추리기 위해
Lovely.
이빨을 갈고 있는 굶주린 혈귀들 뿐이다.
아까 미처 전달을 다 못 드렸지만 라만차랜드를 이루고 있는 재료들은 인간의 혈액입니다. 약 200년 전의 것이죠.
Oh, damn.
혈귀는 피로.
And we're still only classifying this as an urban nightmare? Are you having a laugh?
오로지 혈기들 뿐이라는 건 좀 마음에 드는 건. 어중간한 놈들은 금세 쭉쭉 낮아빠질 테니까.
Yeah, probably not, because last time it was the full stop office for Heathcliff.
전에 인스도 호수에서 저렇게 말했던 것 같은데.
I was stepping on his foot at the rather forceful behest of Ishmael, but I held my silence. The last thing I wanted was to have two of them bickering.
이어가자면 라만차랜드 안에서 약 6시간 정도가 지나면 퇴장을 알리는 음악이 나오기 시작할 거다. 이 또한 생존하여 돌아온 해결사들과 입장객에게서 나온 일관된 증언이지. 퇴장 음악이 들릴 때부터 30분 내외로 라만차랜드를 벗어나지 않으면 너희들은 다음 토벌이 열릴 때까지 라만차랜드에 갇혀버리게 된다. 사실상 혈귀들과의 기약 없는 동침이지.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
그때까지 살아남는 놈들이 있다면 말이지.
Yeah, do we know that they come
특정
back?
놀이기구엔 실종자들이 탑승하고 있다고 증언 또한 있었습니다만 여러분이 신경 쓸 요소는 아닐 겁니다.
지금까지 파악된 증언들을 토대로 본다면 라만차랜드는 총 4개의 구역으로 나누어져 있다. 생존자들의 정보들을 통해 만든 지도를 보여주지. 현 시점에서 이 마지막 구역까지 진입한 자들은 아무도 없다.
No, the final area,
1, 2,
mysterious.
3구역의 특정 장치를 모두 가동시켜야지만 마지막 구역에 입장이 가능하다는 것만 파악되었지.
Ah,
참고로 현재까지
We need to power
가동되었던
up the park.
장치는 1구역과 2구역뿐. 아직 3구역은 가동된 적이 없다.
좋아. 우리들은 곧바로 3구역으로 달려가면 되는 건가?
you're not listening.
모든 장치는 라만차랜드가 사라짐과 동시에 초기화된다.
즉 여기 있는 인원들을 나누어서 각각 1구역부터 3구역까지 입장을 해야 한다는 것입니다.
Oh, send these Fang
각자
Hunt
맡은
dudes over to
구역으로
Area
간
3.
후에 장치를 가동시키고 다 같이
They're so
마지막
damn
구역에서
confident.
집결해야
Send them
한다.
over there.
1, 2, 3구역의 모든 장치를 가동했다는 전제하에 말이야.
맞습니다. 라만차랜드 터벌의 핵심은 마지막 구역에 있지 않을까 추측하고 있죠.
I think they're trying to become the new L Corp wing, personally.
그쪽에서 말하고 싶은 것이 있나?
Whether you want to declare them as bad or good is kind of a
1, 2,
moot point,
3구역의
but
모든 장치를 가동시켜야지만
life in the city, what are you gonna
마지막
do?
구역이 개방된다는 규칙은 마치 놀이 같지 않나요? 라만차랜드를 토벌하러 오는 우리에게 의도적으로 조건을 세워주고 있는 것 같이.
우리가 혈귀들의 속내를 어떻게 알겠어? 날 때부터 악하게 태어난 족속들이니.
하나, 확인이 필요한 사항이 있다. 우리 협회는 토벌금을 목표로 온 것이 아닌 의뢰자의 구출을 위해 참여했다.
우리 협회라고 정없이 말하지 말고 쉔크 협회도 함께 말해줄래?
You are so not
따라서
long for
츠바이
the world.
협회와 쉔크 협회는 1, 2, 3구역으로 들어가 장치를 가동시킬 이유가 없는 상황이다.
여기에 대해서는 당신이 말해주는 게 정확하겠군.
그러죠. 이곳에 모인 여러분들은 각자 다양한 이유로 인해서 왔을 거라고 생각합니다. 따라서 저희 피사에서는 토벌 분배금이라는 것을 측정하여 라만차랜드 토벌에 각자가 얼만큼의 기여를 했는지를 계산한 후 지급할 예정입니다.
뭐 토벌이 무사히 된다는 가정에서겠지.
Naturally.
따라서 토벌이 목표가 아니신 분들은 그 정산에서 제외된다는 것만 유의해 주신다면 별도의 의뢰를 완수하러 구역을 이탈하셔도 문제는 없습니다. 하지만 정확히 어떤 내용의 의뢰인지 그 계약서의 사본을 제출해 주셔야 합니다.
확인했다. 회의가 끝나면 바로 제출토록 하지.
말 나온 김에 지금 이 자리에서 선포하지. 은근슬쩍 우리 사무소에 묻어가서 도벌금을 한탕 해보려는 놈들은 사냥 대상에 포함시킨다.
아, 참고로 얘 진짜 한다며 하는 놈이야. 내가 못 말린다.
살벌하네요.
비록 돈이 걸려있는 의뢰이긴 하지만 더 이상의 실종자와 희생자들이 발생하지 않도록 하는 것이 우리의 궁극적인 목표다. 따라서 모두가 아낌없이 힘을 모아야 하는 작전이라는 걸 명심해 주도록.
If the greater good means anything in the city.
협조하지.
She's like, yeah, okay, buddy. The Hannah fixer did not contradict him. She was the kind of person who wouldn't hesitate to put her foot down. Could have easily forced us into cooperating. But it seemed that she wouldn't keep us from infighting if it did come to that. Quixote was the only one passionately nodding along to her advice.
각 구역으로 가는 조는 어떻게 편성할 계획이죠?
Yichun, Hung Lu's little sister, who'd been listening quietly to the briefing, raised her hand with a question.
우리가 내부적으로 파악한 여러분들의 능력이나 잠재력, 소속별 인원을 토대로 적절하게 배치할 생각이다.
Alright.
그럼 한 구역에 너무 많은 인원이 가는 건 피해야겠네요. 가령 우리 인원과 10명 이상의
Please don't pair me with my
너무
brother.
많은 인원이 한 구역에 다 몰리는 건 최대한 피할 생각이다.
쟤 너무 노골적인데.
딱히 저희 쪽에서도 같이 다니고 싶었던 건 아니지만.
No, Hung Lu did. Oh, poor guy. I feel bad for
더
him.
이상 질문이 없다면 마지막으로 각 구역에 나눌 조를 짜서 여러분께 전달을.
잠깐!
Don Quixote, please. Every single fixer in the room whipped around, looked at Don Quixote, and heard bellowing roar.
Perhaps it was the sheer fervor in her voice, or perhaps they were simply annoyed by her asking that one last question when the boring briefing was almost over.
이거 제 환청이 아니라 진짜 돈키호테 씨 목소리인가요?
오야.
Actually woke me up.
어쩌면 지금이야말로 자는 척을 할 타이밍일지 몰라.
Hey, you might be right.
옛날 같았으면 직결 처분이었다.
Yeah, of course it would have.
무엇이죠?
제일 중요한 전달 사항이 빠진 것 같네만.
그랬나? 잠시만요.
Oh boy. Alessio began flipping through the briefing, flustered.
방문객들을 구조하는 작업은 언제 하게 되는 것인가?
Yeah, boy. Don.
협회분들과 쉔크 협회분들만으로는 방문객들의 구출이 다소 힘들 수 있을 것 같아서 말일세.
I mean, he just said we're free to do as we please.
너 혹시 말이야 새로운 컨셉 뭐 그런 거? 신선하긴 하네. 물론 그런 걸 좋아하는 사람들도 있긴 하지. 유행은 조금 지나버렸지만 적어도
You don't have viewers. You can't record here. Remember, idiot.
다소 오해가 있는 듯하군. 우리의 목표는 방문객 전원 구출이 아니다. 보안상 자세히 말할 순 없지만 우리의 의뢰인은 특정 방문객의 생존을 확인하고 신병을 확보할 것을 요구했다.
그렇다면 나머지 사람들을 구출하는 역할은 누가 맡게 되는 것인가?
Don, I hate to tell you, but nobody cares but you.
어디 손님들인데?
뭐야? 나도 좀 보자.
Dude.
우리처럼 별도로 계약을 치르고 온 것이 아니라면 실종자 구출에 대한 보상금은 전단지들을 통해 확인해 보는 게 좋을 것 같군.
본인은 보상금에 대한 이야기를 하고 있는 게 아닐세. 이렇게 인원이 많은데 왜 구출하는 역할은 아무도 맡지 않은 것인가? 스파이 협회, 그대들은 당신의 방패라는 표어를.
방패긴 방패지. 정식으로 의뢰를 신청한 자에게만 세워지는 철의 방패.
Oh God.
해결사는
An arbiter. Oh
돈의
God.
흐름으로 목숨을
I want to fight an arbiter again.
대체 언제부터
Still traumatized from the last one.
이렇게 전락되었는가?
못 들어주겠군. 지금 내가 누군지는 알고 그런 소리를.
알고 있네 까미우군. 쉔크 협회 3가 소속 해결사 월간 잡지에도 꾸준히 게재되는 자. 현재 같이 저녁을 먹고 싶은 해결사의 7위.
Oh, number 7. Oh, get wrecked.
잘 알고 있네. 뭐, 7위야?
Boom! Go!
뭐 그건 그렇다 치고. 그래. 그러면 이것 또한 알고 있겠지. 우리 쉔크 협회는 할 말이 있을 때 단순히 입으로 나불거리진 않아. 정식적으로 결투를 신청하지. 목숨을 걸고.
그렇다면 결투에서 이긴다면 본인의 말을 진정으로 들어주는 것인가?
뭐?
만약 본인이 승리한다면 본인을 도와 실종자들을 구출할 것을 맹세할 수 있는지 묻는 것일세.
그럼 네 말은 나한테.
In fairness, you brought it up. Oh.
이 돈키호테 신념에 따라 그대에게 결투를 신청하겠네.
Things were quickly starting to spiral out of control. Almost panicking, I glanced toward Virgilia. I'm amazed he hasn't killed her yet, honestly. Like, I'm done with her, dude. But I couldn't read his expression. He was simply staring at us in that inscrutable silence. Silence that almost felt like warmth. Somehow, I found myself getting more intimidated by this than outright anger.
일단 브리핑은 이걸로 마치는 걸로 하겠습니다.
I am not paid enough for this.
지금까지의 경험상 제지하는 것은 불가능할 듯 보인다.
Yep. Let Don Quixote have her moment.
평소보다 확장되어 있고 미간을 잔뜩 찌푸린 것으로 봐서는 어떤 말을 하든 소용없을 가능성이 높아 보이기 때문이다.
Oh, she's lost it.
That's our Don.
공터에서의 전투는 보는 눈이 적어서 말하지 않았습니다만 지금처럼 해결사들의 시선이 몰린 상황에서 소득 없는 전투를 위해 시계를 공개적으로 돌리는 것은 추천드리지 않습니다. 또한 다른 세계의 인격을 가져오는 것, 에고의 삶 또한 마찬가지입니다.
Well, yeah, but won't be using them once we get inside, right? See what's wrong with.
Just as I was trying to convince Faust otherwise, Don Quixote stepped in and resolutely shook her head.
아니, 필요 없으니 걱정 마시게.
Seriously?
쉔크 협회의 결투는 정정당당해야 하는 법. 처음부터 본인은 신성한 결투에 관리자 나리의 힘을 빌릴 생각은 없었다네.
좋아. 주위에 내 팬들이 없다는 게 조금 아쉽긴 하지만 여기에 모인 사람들 누군가는 입소문을 내주겠지. 내 온정을 담아 장갑은 던지지 않도록 하지. 무기를 뽑아라, 애송이.
All right. It was a long ass cutscene. All right, let's see it. As soon as okay, well, they're both the same, so off you go.
출진이다.
And we've already lost the first clash. Lovely. All right, let's see here. I'm assuming this is meant to be a supposed to lose fight because this is not going our way already.
출진이다.
Yep, never lost. Don, please. Yep, tails again. Why not? Yep. And hey, there you go. You got heads. I knew that there was a heads in there somewhere. By God. Hopeless. Okay. Alrighty. Bloody hell.
출진이다.
Yep, and staggered. Yep. Bye, Don. Oh, at least it was mercifully short.
이까지 상처로는
It is, but the flesh wound.
굴복시킬 수 없다네.
Yeah, it didn't have a chance. That was definitely more than just a light wound. It was outright crippling, if not fatal. Camille wasn't all talk after all. He moved at an impressive speed and precision, living up to his boasts. He couldn't bear to look at Don Quixote squirm in pain, but turning the clock here would leave an even greater wound in her heart.
아직 끝나지 않았다네.
더 상대하기도 아까운 자군. 이런 싸움이 소문나면 괜히 내 이미지만 망가지겠어.
그만해라, 까미오. 만인의 안전을 바라는 것이 잘못된 생각은 아니지 않나.
상대를 못 가리고 버튼 소리를 짓거리는 것은 고쳐야 마땅하지.
And she knows very clearly who she's talking to.
해결사가 어쩌고 나불대다니. 언제부터 해결사가?
소라는 여기까지 하도록 할까. 라만차랜드에 진입하기 전에 쓸데없이 힘을 빼놓는 건 피하고 싶군. 더 이상 힘겨루기를
megalomaniac.
이어간다면 내가 직접 제재를 하겠다.
약 1시간 정도가 남았군요. 1시간 후에는 언제 라만차랜드가 나타날지 모르니 팀마다 모여 계셔 주시는 게 안전할 거예요.
Momentary kerfuffle came to a close thanks to the Hannah Association's intervention. And only silence and occasional groans of pain from Don Quixote filled the empty lot.
I can't turn my clock in front of so many people.
Well done. You tried. If I was able to... Yeah, it's definitely the end. If I was able to equip your ID, this would have been a cakewalk, but here we are. Alas.
주변 구경이라도 가볼까?
After nervously looking around the room, Roddy tried to leave the tent. Virgilia stopped her.
남아 있어라. 마지막 전달 사항이
No.
있으니.
그 교육 같은 건 좀 끝나고 해도 되지 않겠냐? 꼬맹이가 사고 친 건 맞지만 그래도 별일 없었잖아.
회사 측에서 제공할 단독 정보가 있어서 남으라고 했을 뿐이다.
Oh, okay.
붉은 시선다리. 아까는
문제 삼지 않을 테니 조용히 듣기나 하도록.
Okay. Nice.
붉은 특색이시오. 본인은 언제나 그대에게만 충정을 바칠 것을
Yeah, he literally just told you to listen. Virgilius produced a small tablet and began loading something on its screen.
우리에게 정보를 제공해 줄 자는 현재 일신상의 사정으로 이 자리엔 함께할 수 없는 상황이다. 불가피하게 기기를 활용해서 전달할 수밖에 없다는 점 양해 바란다더군.
Oh.
들리나?
아까는 공식적으로 허가가 된 영상이 아니면 모두...
물론 허가는 받았다. 뿐만 아니라 이 장소에서 들려오는 모든 참가자의 대화는 피사에서 녹음하고 있지.
그 정도면 녹음이 아니라 도청 아닌가?
Pretty much.
물론 그쪽에서 대가 없이 제공한 호의는 아니다. 라만차랜드를 만든 원흉을 잡아오는 것과 관련이 있는 정보라는 것을 설득해야 했지.
Yeah, I think that the person
컴퍼니의 스티브서의 현장
knows this, huh?
팀장 모제스라고 한다. 오래전부터 뒤틀린 현상에 대해 추적하고 정보를 수집했었지. 그리고
That reminds me, we did have a quick call with someone from the LCD back when. Yeah, a pretty bubbly personality, I think, and her name was...
나도 있어 나도.
Ah, there she is. So I assume these two are from Distortion Detective. I haven't read it. But I believe I've seen Ezra, this character, who I guess is Ezra, on the cover of one of them. So I assume these two are like the main characters from Distortion Detective.
상대하고 다니시기도 했어. 말씀 좀 해주세요, 팀장님. 그때 막 화리릭 하고.
그래, 일전에는 혈비들에 대해서도 연구하고 상대해본 적이 있었다.
They are. Okay. Yeah, I plan on reading Distortion Detective and Leviathan on stream at some point. Haven't gotten there yet, though.
잠깐만요. 제 1권속이면 저번에 만난 게 제 6권속 그리고 제 7권속이었으니까.
그날의 자세한 얘기까지 하기에는 이야기가 길어지니 생략하도록 하지.
일권속을 처치했는가?
그럴 리가.
팀장님이 봐준 거야, 봐준 거.
She went easy on him.
정확히는 그자가 나를 봐줬다고 보는 게 더 올바르겠지. 너희들이 상상하고 있는 것처럼 피비린내가 날 일은 벌어지지 않았다. 오히려 그자는 내게 의자를 내어주었고 우리는 길지 않은 시간 동안 대화를 나누었지.
뭐? 혈기놈이 뭘 내줬다고? 그걸 믿으라고 하는 소리냐?
He has no reasonable idea. Not trying to impress you.
팀장님한테 무슨 말버릇이야?
혈기라는 인상이 너희들에겐 그다지 유쾌하지 않을 거라는 건 알고 있다. 하지만 적어도 그자를 포함한 일부 혈기들은 인간과 갈등 없는 평온한 나날을 보내는 걸 원하고 있었어.
나는 그때까지만 해도 혈기들은 지금까지 봐온 뒤틀림과 동일한 존재라고 단언했다. 그때 내게 보인 피로 일렁이고 찬란히는 눈동자는 뒤틀림과 유사하다 생각했으니까 그제는 내 말을 부정도 긍정도 하지 않더군. 하지만 점점하고 싶군. 혈기는 단순히 뒤틀림 현상으로만 해석할 수 있는 존재가 아니다. 그 본질은 뒤틀림과 유사하지만 결과적으로는 뒤틀림이 아니었다. 우리는 뒤틀림을 해결하듯 혈기를 풀어내려다 실패했지. 그 근원에 대해서는 따로 연구를 진행 중에 있다.
연구를 진행 중이라면 일반적으로 알려지지 않은 정보를 우리에게 제공할 수 있다는 뜻이겠군.
그런 셈이지.
I noticed on the video feed that Moses intently, yet briefly, stared at Otis before continuing with her briefing. Maybe they knew each other from somewhere.
아침 이야기가 나왔으니 백야와 흑주 이후 뒤틀림으로 발생하는 혈기가 아닌 너희가 조언한 제대로 된 혈기의 기준에서 권속을 설명하지. 태초에 혈기는 강력한 힘을 가지고 수많은 사람을 권속으로 만들었다고 전해지지만 그렇게 탄생한 제1권속부터는 긴 생애 동안 단 2명의 권속밖에 만들지 못한다.
가족을 무분별하게 만드는 건 있을 수 없는 일이어서 그렇대. 이거 내가 그린 거야. 잘 그렸지?
Yeah, it looks great. It's better than anything I could draw, that's for sure.
하긴 카세트라는 녀석
어디서부터 지적해야 할지 파우스트도 쉽게 알 수 없는 발언이네요.
이렇게 만들어진 혈기를 하위 권속, 권속을 만든 혈기는 상위 권속이라고 부르지. 권속 앞에 붙는 숫자가 하나씩 오를 때마다 유의미할 정도로 힘과 능력에 차이가 나는 경우가 많다.
많다라는 것, 그렇지 않은 경우도 있다는 것으로 들린다.
정확히 들었어. 뒤틀림이 제각각이듯 혈기도 나머지는 팀장님이 설명해 줄 거야.
Oh, you tried.
혈기 또한 상위 권속에 따라 능력이 제각각이기 때문이다. 하지만 반란은 대체로 불가능하지. 물리적으로는 가능하지만 심리적인 거부감이 상상 이상으로 크기 때문에.
부모 자식처럼 말인가?
그래. 위아래로 어버이나 자식이라 서로를 부르는 걸 보면 비유가 아니라 상위
Yeah, we saw
권속과
that.
하위 권속의 관계는 부모를 따르는 자식과 동일하다. 그래서 그런 반란을 배륜이라고 받아들인다더군. 피를 가장 중요한 가치로 생각하게 되듯이 거스를 수 없는 가족이라는 개념도 새로 더 씌워지는 거다. 머릿속에서 도덕적 가치 판단의 기준이 완전히 새롭게 정립되는 거지.
제일 아래에 있는 피주머니들도 그래서
그들은 다르다. 피주머니와 혈기는 가족 같은 따스한 말을 붙일 수도 없는 관계지. 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기. 피를 보충하기 위한 휴대용 식량. 딱 그 정도의 위치다.
팀장님, 아니 팀장님, 그 얘기도 해주세요. 왜 제가 그것들 모가지를 확 꺾어버린 다음에 물속에 첨벙하고.
그래. 혈기들은 물에 대해 극도로 공포심을 가지고 있다. 실제로 물에 접촉하여 물리적인 피해를 받는 것은 아니지만 모든 혈기는 물을 두려워하더군.
어라? 그럼 물을 잔뜩 들고 가면 쉽게 처리할 수 있는 거 아니야?
물론 너희들이 곧 방문할 혈기들만의 공간에선 물을 믿지도 않겠지만
Yeah, that's fair.
그쪽에 뒤틀림을 감지할 수 있는 자가 있다고 전달받았다. 비공식적으로 들은 사항이긴 하지만. 반갑군. 뒤에 받을 수 있는 차지가 된다는 건 기쁜 일이지. 언젠가 실제로 보게 될 날이 오면 좋겠어.
아쉽다. 우리도 갔으면 진짜 재밌었을 텐데. 거기
Yeah, so she can sense distortions like we can,
아까
huh?
들으니까 그 재수없는 까미오놈도 간다는 것 같던데. 만나면 나 대신 뒷동산으로 가자. 그 자식 방송하는 곳에서 한 방 먹여주려고 했는데.
Oh, get banned. Oh no. Rip.
이미 우리 쪽이 까였어.
Rodeon.
됐어. 그거 단단히 막고 있으라고 했잖아.
저쪽도 뭔가 심상치 않은 일을 하고 있나 보.
모제스, 당신은 이쯤으로 하시죠.
그러지.
뭐 더 말해줄 거 없어?
상위 권속 중에는 물에 대한 공포심을 이겨낸 혈기도 있다더군. 피는 언젠가 물보다 진해지는 법이지. 그 외에는 따로 말해줄 건. 이걸 말해두는 편이 좋겠군. 그들은 너의 생각보다 피에 대해서 더욱 절실하다.
뭐야 그게?
I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But for last words, which left us wondering what they were supposed to mean, the call dropped. In some kind of war zone or something, there was like a bunch of like commotion in their background. Yay, more lunacy. We have about 30 minutes until La Mancha Land manifests. We each decided to use this opportunity to gather ourselves. Meanwhile, I had something I wanted to ask Virgilius before we left. But for that, I need...
Anybody seen Faust around?
Let's just ask Otis.
아까부터 보이지 않으시더라고요. 제가 도와드릴게요. 무슨 일이신가요?
Yeah, Honglu will do. I wanted to ask Faust to relay my words to Virgilius, but I wasn't sure where she was. Fortunately, Honglu was still here with me and noticed me looking around. I decided to ask for his help.
30분가량 남은 모양이군요. 딴테.
That's a lot of syllables for 30 minutes. I always have so many questions floating around my head, but whenever I stand in front of this man, my brain seems to decide to forget them all. Why didn't you stop her earlier, Virgilius? Earlier, when Don Quixote challenged Camille to a duel. It's not his job.
아, 통역을 해드려야 하는 거였군요. 단테님께서 왜 아까 말리지
You didn't tell
않았냐고
him what you were
물어보세요.
bringing them for? Dante, please.
책망하는 모습이었나.
Wouldn't call it a reproach necessarily, but
쉔크 협회는 방금과 같이 결투로 시시비비를 가리는 것에 능숙한 협회입니다. 나름 기사도 정신이라는 걸 뼈저리게 익혀왔던 모양인지 결투에서만큼은 정정당당하고 뒤끝이 없기로 유명하기도 하죠.
So picking a fight from a fixer of any other association or office might cause a real problem for us.
but the nature of the sink made this a pretty safe altercation, huh?
그 상황, 오히려 결투 신청을 막는 것이 돈키호테를 더 날뛰게 했을 겁니다. 그리고
Virgilius gave a long pause.
3번 수감자도 이제 정신을 차려야 할 시간이기 때문에
어라? 돈키호테 씨는 저희 중에서 가장 정신을 차리고 계시는 분 아니었나요?
No. Honglu's interjection was so sudden and random that I wondered for a moment if he thought we were talking about someone else.
What do you mean?
But Hong Lu did not correct himself. He pointed it to his eye and continued.
눈이요, 단테님. 언제나 별처럼 빛나고 있잖아요. 그래서 신기해요.
Eyes, huh? I noticed that the light in Hong Lu's left eye was growing dimmer, the light fading away as it sinks into the depths of the dark waters. Oh, he's sad boy.
Wait, I have something else I wanted to ask you about.
What I really wanted to ask Virgilius about was what happened on that train. But I wasn't sure if I could bring that subject up in front of Hong Lu, especially when Faust wasn't here.
왜 그러신가요, 단테님? 안절부절 못하고 계시는데요?
괜히 초조하게 시침을 떨어댈 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 열차 안에서 무슨 일이 일어났는지 제가 모를 거로 생각하시는 겁니까?
Sounds like Faust kept him updated.
Well, then tell me, what was going on with Don Quixote back there? No, I mean, what is she?
돈키호테 씨의 정체가 뭐냐고 물으시는데요?
스스로 알아낼 수 있는 답을 되묻는 건 그다지 실용적이지 못한 선택입니다. 그보다 더 중요한 질문이 있을 테니. 가령 앞으로 3번 수감자가 어떻게 되느냐.
Oh no, Don got absolutely wrecked. Did not win a single clash. Got destroyed in like 2 turns, I think.
Get it. It's Don Quixote's turn now. But you're not going to answer that question either, because I'll get to the answer anyway, as long as I keep riding the flow to wherever it takes me.
떨림이 멎은 걸 보니 제 뜻을 눈치챘다고 믿겠습니다. 막상 라만차랜드 안에서 뜻대로 되지 않아 불안해지는 상태가 되면 이 말을 떠올리십시오. 앞으로 어떠한 상황이 닥쳐와도 돈 키호테는 약속을 기억하고 있을 것입니다. 단테.
Promise. The promise. I have no idea how that word is supposed to assuage any of my fears. Virgilius isn't the type to waffle on meaninglessly, so I suppose there isn't anything else I can gather from him at the moment. Sometime later, back among the sinners at the empty lot, I assume this has something to do with the deal that he mentioned way back when.
Don Quixote, about what happened earlier.
정말 대단한 날이지 않았는가, 관리자 날이?
It is.
하나 옆에도 실제로 보고 그 쉔크의 까미우나리와 겨뤄보기도 하고 방송에서의 까미우나리는 누구보다 의협심이 넘치며 용감한 해결사셨어. 틀림없이 서로의 소통에 오해가 있었던 것이라고 보네.
Oh, Don. How did you even access his streams on the bus?
나리, 본인은 말일세 이제야 비로소 해결사다운 의뢰를 하러 가는 기분이네. 악인을 처단하고 고통받는 이들을 구해내는 것, 그것이 본인의 한평생 꿈이었으니 말일세. 물론 베르길리우스 나리는 황금가지를 구해내는 게 제일 중요한 목표라고 말할 게 분명하네. 허나 본인은 그것을 제쳐놓고서라도 라만차랜드를 토벌할 걸세. 그리고 그 안에 갇혀있는 방문객들도 전부 구해낼 것이오.
I stare in silence as Don Quixote boasts. I think I saw stars twinkling in her eyes, like Hong Lu said. We absolutely did.
단테.
Faust. Karen.
I've been looking for you, Faust.
베르길리우스 씨와 대화를 나눌 필요가 있으셨나 보군요.
I felt she was accusing me that there wasn't any other reason I'd be looking for her, but I couldn't help but stammer. Now that I think about it,
I don't see her alone with Karen very often, i.e. at all.
What were you two doing here?
카론과 정례적인 루틴 절차를 수행하고 있었습니다. 정기적으로 진행해야 하는 검사가 있거든요.
Oh? What examination procedure?
회백질의 유기결합 정상 척도 확인 및 전기 자극에 대한 활성도 확인을 메인으로 하는 검사입니다. 또한 외부 자극에 대한 뇌압 변동, 혈류가 정상 분포를 유지하는지.
Okay, but who's performing the test on who? Are you performing on Karen, or is Karen performing on you?
그만하겠습니다.
I mean, I'm following. I just don't know for who. I'm certainly not one to talk, but I'm once again reminded that Faust isn't very good at talking to people
내
either.
승객들이 놀이공원에 간다고 했어. 놀이공원 버스보다 재밌는 곳이야.
I've never been to one myself, but probably.
일반적으로 놀이공원에 입장한 사람들은 심장 박동수가 평소보다 약 1.5배 상승한다고 합니다. 왜? 의도적으로 흥분을 고취시켜주는 기구들에 탑승하기 때문입니다. 대표적으로는 탑승객의 양팔을 결박시키고 3초 안에 100m로 하강시키는 기구와 가파른 경사에서 급격한
roller
하강을 유도하는
coasters.
열차를
Nope.
모방한 기구가 있다고 알려져 있죠.
Roller coasters are a big nope for me.
그거 난 보고는 잘.
I think Karen likes roller coaster.
카론보다 실력이 떨어지는 거 확실해.
No, Karen, you're
그럴
great.
수도요.
She's one to talk, especially when it comes to reckless driving. Hey, you know what? Karen gets us there.
I'm sure there are other more fun rides, right?
그럴 수도.
Probably. We should go there someday. A real amusement park.
Make a list of stuff you want to do when you get there. Oh, not the list again.
카론, 단테가 하고 싶은 걸 궁금해하시네요. 언제, 어디서? 저희와 버스 외의 공간을 함께 다녀도 괜찮을 때가 오면 놀이공원에서 하고 싶은 걸 묻는 거예요.
There was a long pause. Karen's eyes glimmered momentarily as they began to wander elsewhere.
그곳에서 카론, 사탕 먹고 싶어.
Get this child a cotton candy. Looks like today's one of those days when everyone gets a twinkle in their eye. Yay. Karen deserves all the sweets. More lunacy. Yep. All right. We got chain battle. All right. There we are.
시험해 볼
일이란
불꽃을
따뜻하게
잘 들어왔네.
말뚝을
그래.
모두에게 평등하게.
Onward. Shut up.
꽃을 벼리겠소.
Fixers began gathering one by one at the site.
라만차랜드가 등장했습니다.
Ball.
음악 소리가 들리기 시작한 시점.
Ooh,
16시
that animation
12분을
though.
기준으로 약 22시 12분까지 라만차랜드가 개방됩니다.
네가 스스로를 포기하고 싶어질 때가 오더라도
You're jealous?
약속하지.
그게 다야? 앞으로 어떻게 살아갈 건데? 고마웠어. 해결사 잡지는 잊지 말고. 몸은 싫어. 부탁이니까 제발 멈춰.
What is happening?
나 기가 막힌 생각이 난다.
It's the same phenomenon I experienced back at the Great Lake. These memories are much more fragmented, opaque. The glimpses of Don Quixote I saw were nothing like the person I know, but should I follow this journey to its conclusion?
가령 앞으로 3번 수감자가 어떻게 되느냐 같은 것 말입니다.
I'll understand what all these glimpses of memories mean, like I always have. And we made our way toward La Mancha Land.
여기가 라만차랜드. 뭔가
Oh, it looks lovely.
섬뜩하네요.
If you didn't know that this was all made with human blood, it'd be downright homey.
피냄새.
I can't imagine why.
수십의 실종자들을 낸 장소다. 방심하는 인원들이 없도록.
It's been around for 200 years and it's only an urban nightmare.
혈귀놈들. 저것 봐. 생존자가 나오고 있어.
Nope, idiot. Those are blood bags.
저런 구도였으면 동시 시청자 수 최고 기록을 노릴 수 있었을 텐데.
무기를 들고 있군. 민간인은 아니다.
관리자님, 저자들의 복장 이상하지 않습니까? 보통 저런 고풍스러운 옷은 잘 입지 않을 텐데.
Yeah, we got blood bags, boys.
혼자 입기엔 어려운 복식도 보인다.
누가 옷을 강제로 갈아입혔을 수도 있다는 거네요.
As murmur among the fixers began to grow, slowly increasing in intensity, Alessio shouts from behind the line for us to stop.
아직 접근하시면 안 됩니다. 라만차랜드가 생기고 약 10분가량은 적재물들이 떨어지는 시간으로 안전을 위해 뒤에서 대기하고 있어야 합니다.
누구야? 어느 사무소야? 협회야?
Excitement is in the air as the fixers attempt to guess who they are. They're Oompa Loompas from Loopaland.
불주먹 사무소다. 저 복장은 우리 불주먹 사무소 복장이야. 거봐, 내가 뭘 했어?
Fire Fist, huh?
분명 토벌은 못해도 생존해서 15분 이상의 진원을 할 경우 기여금이 있었어.
Fire bats. I do like the Fire Fist office quite a bit.
적재물 추락이 끝날 때까지 10분간 접근을 권장하지 않는.
The fixer ignores Alessio's warning and rushes out to greet the survivor and helps her get to her feet.
누님, 누님. 이제 됐어요. 우리 사무소도 반지하에서 탈출해서 빛을 볼 수 있어요. 놈들이 얼마나 무시했는 줄 아세요? 이제 인터뷰에도 출연하고 기여금도 받고 명성을 뒤로 빌릴만
Womp womp.
나왔다고요.
Not paying attention, buddy.
생존자는 개뿔.
그러니까 조금만 더 참으세요, 누님.
행복한 미소가 꽃피는 함께 꿈꾸는 자유로운 라만차랜드로 오지마!
입구까지 피주머니들이 몰려든 걸 보니
rip.
탈출 직전에 변해버린 것 같네.
변하는 속도를 보니 적당히 허접한 혈귀한테 물렸나 보군. 권속이 높을수록 변하는 속도가 빠르거든. 타이밍을 제어할 수도 있고.
저기 혈귀에 대해 빠삭하게 아는 것 같은데 우리 같은 초짜들한테
And they're not
조언해줄
interested in
건
helping
없어?
us.
조언이라. 아, 이게 있겠네요.
Yeah, stay out of our way.
실력이 부족하면 죽을 거라는 사실을 겸허하게 받아들이는 거. 혈기에 의해 피주머니가 되면 그건 죽은 거랑 마찬가지가 되는 거니까요.
그거야. 항상 받아들이고 있는 사실인걸요.
Alright, time to kill some blood bags. Alright, anyway.
초식 1번. 이 결투.
Burn the blood away. Let's see here. Do that and that and that. Yep, there we go.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Yes. Got her. Got her. He's getting choppy. Okay, let me see what I can do about that. Hold on. The router probably died again. Hold on. Alright, filled with the what's that? Filled with the hotspot again, so hopefully it'll clear up in a moment. Sorry about that. But hey, again, at least we know the backup works. Needed the guy. That's it. Okay. All dudes of importance are on screen. Let's start killing. Oh, come on. 3 heads. 3 tails, I mean. Rip. Dead. Some of that. You joke. Later. That was meant to be a chain battle. That was so short. What the hell?
행복한 미소가 쏟피는 곳, 혈기와 함께 꿈꾸는 자유로운 공간. 라완천인데 오신 걸 환영합니다. 지금부터 5분 뒤 입장이 마감될 예정이니 관람객분들은 질서를 지켜 순서대로 입장해주세요. 들어오신 입구는 왼쪽의 뒤쪽, 출구도 왼쪽의 뒤쪽입니다.
That mean we can only enter and exit through the back left, or does that just mean like wherever you enter, exit through the same way?
입구에 대기해주세요.
몇 시간 후에 다시 볼 수 있는 자들이 있길 바라지.
Fixer's cold voice contrasted with the cheerful voice echoing from the announcement.
불길한 소리를 아끼질 않네 저자는.
Virgilius only gave us a light nod. Strangely enough, his aloof attitude was what gave me peace of mind. And the last thing I saw before the gate shut behind us was the odd look on the eyes of every P Corp employee, all intensely fixed on the closing gate of La Mancha Land. As if they didn't want to miss a little glimpse of it.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
Begin to the fights. Fight times. Shut up.
몸이 따라줄지 모르겠지만.
I know, we under level.
그럼 가야지.
Earlier, they assigned the gathered fixers with areas.
우리는 다른 구역이네요. 살아서 만나면 좋겠어요.
Here's hoping I won't hold my breath, though. It seemed that the Blood Fiend Hunters were assigned to Area 3, as Jia's Chichun to Area 2, and us to Area 1.
잘 부탁드려요. 전 휴고라고 해요.
Nice to properly meet you, Hugo. The fixer from earlier, whose name was Hugo, appeared visibly relieved that he was assigned the same area as us. Strength in numbers.
그리고 방금 바닥에서 이런 걸 주었답니다. 라만차랜드 지도예요. 저
So is Area 4 the Ferris wheel?
쓸모 있다기엔
Oh, it's a windmill!
여기저기 잔뜩 떨어져
Yes!
하나를 주운 거지만요.
We must slay the windmill.
이건 지도가
The giant must be slain for the good of the city.
저 사무소 놈들이랑 같은 조가 되었다면 아마 구역에 들어가기도 전에 죽었을지도 몰라요. 그것도 혈기가 아니라 저자들한테요. 토벌금 정산에도 못 들고 완전 최악이죠. 어디였더라? 림버스 컴퍼니 사무소라고 했나요?
Damn right. It seemed that he was under the impression that we were one of the numerous no-name fixer offices, but I didn't really feel the need to correct him.
사실 우리 같은 이름 없는 해결사 사무소들은 언제나 찬밥 신세. 쉔크나 치바이 같이 인기 순위를 다투고 있는 협회 직속 사무소랑은 다르게요.
아니, 그렇지 않다네. 해결사들은 모두 의롭고 존경받아야 마땅할 존재들이야. 본인은 아주 오래전부터 해결사가 되는 것이 꿈이었네. 해결사란
You shall be the greatest fixer in all the land on. I will make it so.
문제라고 여겨지는 그 모든 것들을 대신 해결하는 존재 아니겠는가? 그러니 자네와 우리가 같이 이곳을 토벌하고 개선한다면 모두가 해결사라는 직업을 다시 생각해 줄 테지. 왜 다들 그런 표정인 것인가?
너 방금 엄청난 복선을 아니다.
생존자들.
Okay, let's go find the device in Area 1 then.
템플릿을 보니 참 다양한 기구가 있는 것 같소. 그리고 이곳은 프리티엔 원더풀 구역이요. 내가 바로 해결사라는 기구도 있고 멋진
Fixer for a day.
이름만 들어서는 정말 그럴듯한 놀이공원 같은데 테마도 있고 말이야.
대체 이 장소는 어찌한 연유로 만들어진 것인가?
Well, we're gonna find out.
그것까지 우리가 알아야 하냐?
세월의 흔적으로 인해 많은 것이 변해버린 것 같긴 하나. 어쩌면 과거에는 즐거운 장소였을지도 모른다는 생각이 들어서 말이오. 진실된 웃음이 가득한.
Speaking of,
시작되었나 보다. 토벌 축제가 또 시작된 모양이야. 그렇지? 날 뛰어드는 인간들이 또 한가득 들어왔어. 더 자주 열렸으면 좋겠다. 하루에 3번씩. 그러니까 너네 중 한 명은 딱 이틀 정도만 살 수 있을 정도로 만들어서 보내줄게. 너희를 이곳으로 보낸 대장한테 그렇게 전해주라. 더 자주 와달라고.
아니면 이건 어떤가? 장치가 있는 위치를 우리에게 알려주면 고통스럽진 않게 처리해주지.
너무 좋다. 너무 좋아. 저렇게 험악하게 말하는 놈일수록 맛도 기가 막힌다니까. 너무 재촉하지 마. 이벤트가 아직 많이 남았거든. 패션쇼도 할 거고 인기 투표도 할 거야. 너무 기대되지? 그렇지?
yes, of course. So exciting.
이곳으로 온 객들과 토벌하러 온 자들을 그런 식으로 농락하였나 보군. 제일 중요한 걸 빼먹었다. 그렇게 꾀지지 않은 꼴로 여길 돌아다녀서는 안 돼. 알고 있지? 쥐새끼 같은 꼴로 여길 돌아다니게 하다가 들키면 나까지 혼날 거거든.
Rude.
우리? 야, 잘 봐봐. 난 그렇게까지 형편없는 꼴은 아니라고.
예쁘고 화려한 옷을 입혀준 다음에 의상실에 전시해놓고 일주일 동안 골라 먹어야겠다.
I think not.
어디서부터 맛봐야 할지 벌써부터 너무 기대돼.
There are a lot of blood fiends here. Can you guys handle them?
문제 없어. 이곳에서 저들의 죽음이 유예되지 않을 것이기에.
열차의 그놈보다 수준도 떨어지는 것 같습니다. 기껏해야 그 의체 해결사와 비등 혹은 그보다 아래겠군요.
그렇단 말이지. 좀 걱정할 거 없겠네.
Yep, let's get to smashing. With Heathcliff's charge as our signal, the snares advance, leaping into the horde of blood fiends. Horde! Horde. Alright, how many is a horde? 8. Okay, it's not too bad. Kind of sad this is a focus battle. I would just... Can everyone just, like, focus on the one? No. There's one thing I don't like about this system is that I can't tell them where to target. I just want you to target... everyone just focus on that dude. Ignore everyone else, but... Alright, fine. Grumble.
조여 목구를 달궈볼까?
How's the stream, by the way? Is it better? It should be better. At least I hope it's better.
조심 1번.
이 결투.
Got him. 1 down, 7 to go.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Blah, burn away the blood. Blah. There you go. Get staggered, idiot. You play defense against me. How's your sanity? I can't tell. Okay, yeah, you're good. You're saying enough to fire. Oi!
제 불을 따라오십시오.
Bonk. Bonk. And fire. Yeah, get him, Dawn. It's all you. Yes. There you go, more paint for you. And
본인의 승리.
oh man, still going on. Oh man. Oh, dead. Kill her. Poke.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
It's box time. It's box time.
아니야, 넣어두게. 정말
It had to happen at some point. Shut up.
몸이 따라줄지 모르겠지만.
Yeah, I know. My dude's underleveled. We know. Didn't have the luxury of having like months to prepare.
조여 목구를 달궈볼까?
I'm honestly amazed my guys are as high level as they are. It would have been a higher level if I had known about the luxications earlier, but oh well.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
균형이
There's one down over there. Ew. Rude. 34 sanity, but we'll still get 2 tails. Rough. That should have been a kill. That should have been an easy kill. Oh. Alright, let's just set up the good clashes. Up yep, defense for you. Nothing good comes from you clashing this round, I'm afraid, Marcel. It's not your fault. You're not the most underleveled of the group, but you're up there. I guess technically you're the most underleveled of this group, but you know, you're doing your best. Staggered. Got him. Beep. You know. Some of that. Nah. How's your sanity? Yeah, you can fire a bullet, I think. Alright, life sucks for you over there, so go ahead and just play defense. Life also sucks for you, likewise play defense. Ouchies. Ouchies. There we go. Got your nose. Yeah, it's quite enough for you. Shoot the vampires. There you go. I'll teach you. Jerk. Bullet time. Yeah, I've gotten it up to like 3 bullets, I think. I certainly try to get as many bullet stacks on her as I can. It just kind of depends on the battle. I don't always have the opportunity to get a lot. Am I finishing Canto 7 tonight? No, we are going to go up to chapter 19, and that's where we'll stop for part 1.
몸이 따라줄지 모르겠지만 가라면 가야지.
제발 살려줘. 나 오랜만에 이렇게 안 굶고 피를 먹어본 적이 200년 만이란 말이야. 너무 신이 나서 그랬어. 예전처럼 눈에 안 띄게 죽은 듯이 살아갈게.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
장치가 있는 곳을 말한다면 고려해보지.
I'll think about it.
저기 저 놀이기구로 가면 돼. 내가 곧바로 버튼을 누를 수 있는 지름길도 알려줄게. 나만
Nope, you lost me there. Otis Slayer.
맞아. 곧바로 몸을 오른쪽으로 향한 다음에.
오, 좋아. 오른쪽으로 향한 다음에.
Yep.
악인과 거래를 할 수는 없지 않은가? 보이지 않나? 저 방문객들의 시체가 분명 저 악인에게 덮쳐진 지 얼마 되지 않은 자들이었네.
The closer we got to the attraction, the more the roads became riddled with mangled corpses. Yeah, I'm with Don on this one. Don Quixote was right. Some of them did look pretty new. Some of them only hours since their death at most. Of course, Otis did not appear even remotely receptive to her reasoning.
시간을 단축할 수도 있는 정보였다. 때에 따라서는 적군과 협상을 하여 우리 쪽에
No, she was leading us into a trap, Otis. 100% that was a trap.
악인과 손을 잡고 시간을 줄였다 해도 그것으로 정의를 실현하는 게 무슨 소용이 있다는 것인가? 이놈이 아직도 그딴 소리를.
야, 냅둬. 저러는 거 한두 번이냐? 이럴 시간에 저 몰려오는 놈들 족치자.
맙소사, 또 와요.
Of course, sir. Time to start pulling your weight there, Hugo, buddy pal, buddy friend. But yeah, I'm 100% in support of Dawn on that one. She was leading us into a trap. I'm not having it.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
No, Dawn lost her clash. Rip. Oh wow, 3 heads at 0 sanity. Good job, Marcel. And he's both neutral. Okay, well, whatever.
부드럽게.
Come on, heads. Get more heads. There you go. There you go. Now we're talking. There we go. She lost her clash, unfortunately. Ow. Wrath Resonance. Which doesn't mean anything really, because nobody has an ability that uses Wrath Resonance yet, but one day we will. Oh yes, one day we will. Do this, I think. Boop.
조시 1번. 본인의 승리일세. 본인의 승리일세.
Some of that. Oh yes. Party wipe. Lol. Yep, all down the board. No. Well, Honglu, you tried. Honglu actually the most underleveled. He's only level 40. Yeah, hate to see it. Yeah, everyone's here, so no need to hold back anymore. Please show them the door.
조여먹구를 달고 볼까? 이 결투. 본인의 승리일세.
You actually won that clash. I'm impressed, Honglu. Well done. Alright, you're gonna get staggered, idiot. Yeah. Now shoot him in the head. Boop. Just like that. And we're gonna kill her with the good old boop. Got your nose.
벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없고.
Unlike the blood bags back on the train, these ones can't come back from death. They were all once fixers seeking riches. Civilians turned guests, drawn to this place by its music, each dreaming of a dream of their own. I don't know since when, but I stopped doing anything about killing things like them.
그러게요.
Sinclair replied, thrusting his weapon into the skull of a dying blood bag.
슈머니들이 사용하는 무기. 열차에서 봤던 카세트. 피라는 벽이랑 비슷한 것 같은데?
피로
Yeah, well, that-
잔뜩 지정했고.
굳은 피다. 같은 성질이라 해도 무방할 정도.
Yeah, makes sense. Blood fiends use similar weapons.
이런 방식을 사용하는 걸까요?
Blood weapons.
로제스 씨의 말을 떠올려 보면 가까운 친척 같은 걸지도요.
아까 그 혈귀들이 가리킨 놀이기구가 여기군.
이 놀이기구, 이 구역에서 제일 유명한 놀이기구인 것 같은데요.
안으로 들어가 보는 수밖에 없겠어.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
Check real quick. Can I level you up yet? Yes, we can. Boosh. There you go, 45 number, so good job. And we have some lunacy to claim. Ah, yes. Contribution to the gambling edition is appreciated. You can go down here, please. Thank you. Have I gone blind? Where? Hello? I legitimately don't see it. Hello? There. Alright. That's weird.
움직이는 먹인자. 재밌겠군.
1구역의 핵심 어트랙션 판타지 블러드 슈팅에 오신 여러분들 환영합니다. 이 놀이기구에는 조금 무서운 장면이 포함되어 있을 수도 있으니
Too spooky for me.
앞에 손을 꽉 잡고 오세요. 그리고 이 기구 옆에 있는 멋쟁이 패션쇼도 진짜 열심히 만들었거든요. 깜짝 이벤트로 방문만 해도 기념품을 나눠드리고 있어요.
No, I don't think I will.
센터님!
산초!
몰랐잖아요. 아니, 돌싱이
Dude, where's Sancho at?
믿고 싶어. 기념품이라도 나눠드려.
뭐야?
Sancho, hey!
그거 아세요?
Yeah, I'm all ears.
이번에는 음질이 아주 깨끗하오.
아주 머나먼 옛날 몹시 슬프고 안타깝게도 혈기와 인간들은 지금처럼 사이가 좋은 관계가 아니었답니다.
It was worse once upon a time. Today.
서로 만나면 헐뜯고 싸우기에 바빴죠. 혈기는 인간들을 사냥하려고 했고 인간들은 혈기를 미워하기 시작했어요.
No, I can't imagine why.
이게 뭐죠? 인간들을 잡아먹으려고 하는 못된 혈기들이네요. 어떻게 할까요? 어떻게 해야 할까요?
말린다?
땡! 좀 더 분발해서 생각을 해볼까요? 다음 사람?
정답! 다시는 인간들을 해치지 못하도록 혼내줘야 한다네.
정답입니다.
Oh, great, a like-minded individual.
자, 못된 혈기들은 물리칠 절호의 찬스입니다. 너무 신나지 않나요?
Oh, bye.
그곳에는 말이지.
Oh.
지긋지긋한 싸움도 없고 언제 잡아먹힐지 알 수 없는 두려움도 없고 오로지 웃음소리만이 가득할 거다.
And what do you call this? So I guess someone's laughing. As for no battles, look around, buddy. All right. Anyway, let's start killing. What he's trying to.
제프를 따라오십시오.
No. Oh, Hong Lu. I can hardly blame you, but still.
조여먹구를 달궈 볼까?
Nice. Stagger him, yeah. Poof, got your nose. Excuse me. Oh, well, I expected to win that, but oh well. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Defense. Bump, 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 bump.
조심 1번.
끝내.
Staggered nerd. Nice counter, idiot.
이 결투. 본인의
Her sanity's not high enough yet to be able to start firing bullets, so... And, oi! No, actually, we'll do that one. Fine. I'll acquiesce. There you go, you're dead now. Whoop. Alright, not yet. Getting close though. Number still got staggered. You hate to see that. Oh well. That's what happens, you know, obey my orders. I send you to clash, I expect you to win. And if you win the clash, you don't get paid. Really as simple as that. Yeah, some of that. No, Honglu. Hurry up. That's alright. Ryoshu's got your back. Alright, so these are the last 6 right here. Where's she at? Okay, yeah, you can start firing off bullets. Nice. Ow. And now he's staggered. Great. Fire. Boom. Ow. Some of that, jerk. Oh, come on, Ryoshu. Come on, dude. Oh, Ryoshu. Once again, you have not obeyed my orders, therefore you are suffering pain. Double defense for Honglu. You are not helping us much here. Actually, let me, yeah, we can do some ego here. Nope, stop it. I don't suppose that one will go any better, but I'll check. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Marcel got real messed up. And Hongru did not even get his ego off. Nope, no, he did not. That's okay, because you can fire off your ego. There you go. Fluid sack time. There we go. Messier than it needed to be due to some bad coin flips, but oh well. Still won. Hashtag not I'd win.
내가 바로 이 구역의 해결사 타임! 혈기들이 등장하면 아까 입구에서 나눠드렸던 장난감 방망이로 멋지게 대치하는 겁니다.
No, I don't think I will.
우리 어른들도 참여할 수 있어요. 스트레스를 한 방에 털어버릴 수 있는 끈은. 아니! 이제 그까짓 장난감 방망이를 맞고 아픈 척하는 혈기 같은 건 필요 없어요.
Alright.
이곳에는 오로지 진짜들만 남아있게 되었으니까.
I mean, do they though? I just slayed a whole bunch of them.
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려. 그 어느 때보다 뜨겁게 타올랐어.
Yep. More
이
Bixes.
방법도 제법 손에 익은 듯하오. 불꽃을 벼리겠소.
자, 사람을 해치는 못된 혈기들은 그렇게 모두 지하로 쫓겨나게 되었습니다. 이제 지상에 남은 건 착하고 의로운 혈기들 뿐이죠.
Okay.
그들은 인간들과 손가락을 걸고 약속했습니다. 함부로 인간의 피를 탐내지 않고 사이좋게 지내겠다고요. 왜냐면 평화만큼
Sounds
좋은 건
lovely.
없으니까요.
Everything's great now. Happily ever after. Yay.
그런데 이것 좀 보세요. 지하에 쫓겨난 혈기들이 슬금슬금 다시 지상으로 올라오려고 하네요. 몰래 인간들의 피를 마시려고 말이죠.
How frightfully uncouth of them. Alright, let's try this again. I made this time 13. Alright, lots of dudes here. Oh man. I wish I didn't have to. Don't hit the guys who are on counter. Just focus all the stuff on these three and the battle will go so much more smoothly. I promise. God. Doesn't have to be this way.
완벽한 한 발을 위해.
부드럽게.
과격검.
You not. There you go. There you go. Yeah, you're getting too many heads for my particular liking. Thank you. Defense for both of you. No. Oh, come on, Ryoshu. Oh, that should have been an easy win right there. Come now. Lame. Where are you? What's your sanity? Not yet. Well, how much? So I will lose 10 sanity. Yeah, so shouldn't be too bad. Go ahead and do that. Fire. Roaster got bum rush there. Oh well. Alright, welcome back to the party, Faust. Blue attack down.
부드럽게.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
some of that. You're welcome. I think nails would be exceedingly effective against blood fiends, you know, given the whole vampire thing. Oh, amazingly, you won that clash. Wow. Honglu, I am sufficiently impressed with your performance there. Alright, still got quite a few more. Let's see where you. Do I have enough for another one? Yes, I do. More fluid sack time. Hopeless, really? Is it? Is it hopeless? Is that hopeless? Oh. Remember? Let's just change it up. We'll just do it on this side. That's fine.
부드럽게. 시계. 부드러지게. 균형이 무너졌군요.
이 결투
You can die now.
잘 풀린 것 같습니다. 자연스러운
You can also die. Lovely.
일발장전.
And more fluid sac damage and heals. That's for you. I don't think we'll be able to do that again, will we? Oh, we will. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and just queue that up. Why not? There's no reason not to do that.
제 불을 따라오십시오.
본인의 승리일세.
Ow. Weak. Yeah, well, you won't beat this one. And good night. Yeah, single target fluid sac lol. And Faust gets the kill. Not a problem. The power of fluid sac, all things are possible.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
파우스트가
Yeah, I know. We're under level. We suck. We know.
인간 친구들은 또다시 혈기들이 나타나지 않을까 하는 걱정을 하기 시작하였습니다. 밤마다 두려움에 떨면서 못된 혈기들이 찾아오지 않을까. 매일 밤 걱정에 잠을 못 이루기도 했죠. 잠을 잘 자는 건 중요합니다. 머리가 빠지고 피부가 푸석해지면 큰일 나니까요.
No, no, not the loss of hair.
그때 어떤 정의로운 해결사가 정말 대단하고 기발한 생각을 하게 됩니다. 만약에 정말 만약에 인간과 혈기가 서로 행복하게 지낼 수 있는 공간을 만든다면 어떨까?
And let me guess, that's La Mancha Land.
그곳의 착한 혈기들은 못된 혈기들을 대신해서 혼내주고 인간들은 자신의 피를 착한 혈기들에게 나눠주는 것이죠. 어때요? 기발하지 않나요?
사람들의 피를 탐하기만 하는 혈기들과 어떻게 사이좋게 지낸다는 말인가?
물론 모든 원대하고 훌륭한 계획에는 반대 의견들이 뒤따르기 마련이죠. 그러나 훌륭한 지도자 밑에는 언제나 훌륭한 부하들이 있는 거. 머지않아 행복한 미소가 꽃피는 거. 모두 함께 꿈꾸는 자유로운 라마차랜드가 탄생하게 되었습니다.
And there we go, La Mancha Land.
주위를 둘러보세요. 여러분들을 향해
Isn't it
웃어주고
wonderful?
있는 혈기들을.
All right, time to be more blood fiends, or attempt to anyway. See how this goes. All right, good job, Honglu. Won his clash. Oh, Dawn lost her clash. I'm actually very, very disappointed that she lost that. I'm also very surprised.
부드럽게.
There you go, Dawn. That's better. Alright, yep, shocking no one. The meat shields are struggling. There, but you guys are absolutely useless in a clash. Ew. Go. Just do what we can. Send out the numbers. Bonk. Oh no, Marcel's down. What a shocker. Faust is back. You have enough for fluid sack yet? No, no, not at all. Yeah, you can go right ahead. It's fine. You can go ahead and fire off. I'm cool with it. Oh, didn't stagger. Damn. You were so close. Ew. Some of that and poof, got your nose. Dead. I guess you couldn't live without it. But, you know, who amongst us could live without our nose, truly? Ow. Alright, fire away. Ah, yeah, staggered one of them. As it should be. Yeah, it's fine.
부드럽게.
Bonk. 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 Fire. Oh, yes. Some of that. Oh, and you die from bleed. Of course you do. Yes, or bleed. Excuse me, burn. Yeah, fire again. Screw it. Alright, fluid sack time. Fluid sack time. And you can just evade. Yeah, you die. You can be staggered, and it's fire off another bullet. Boom. Dead. Oh, yeah. He's got it. He's got it. We're not even worried. Straight the hell with you. And we'll just go ahead and stagger you for good measure. Boop, got your nose.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
6 hours, actually. We're almost done now.
정화.
Got like 2 more chapters to do after this one, and then we'll wrap up. You know. Just plain rude. I got her. Stagger. Yeah. Good job. Yeah, take this. Yeah, how you like getting staggered by someone who's at level 20? Nah. Alright, go ahead and finish her off.
본인의 승리일세.
이런. 하지만 완벽한 라만 차른데 딱 한 가지 부족한 게
A cotton candy stand that isn't made of blood.
대체 언제 끝나는 거냐 이거.
웬 이상야릇한 이야기나 늘어놓다가 적을 들여보내는 건 우리를 밑도 끝도 없이 얕잡아보는 것 같아. 불쾌하군.
야, 듣고 있지? 너 아까 대답하는 거 기억했거든?
정말? 진짜 안 보여요? 라만 차른드 안에는 당연히 거기에 어울릴 만한 옷을 입어야 하지 않겠나요? 이왕이면 멋지고 화려한 가면도 씌워주고요.
Yes, of course. How could we forget?
이렇게요. 훨씬 더 축제 같아졌잖아요.
라만차 랜드에서
So that dude from that one intervalo come from here. Is that why he was wearing that mask, and this is who he was hiding from?
뻔한 아름다움을 추구하나 볼맛이 안 나는.
여러분 덕에 이제 더할 나위 없이 완벽해진 라만 차른드가 완성됐습니다.
Yay!
이렇게 혈기들과 인간들은 서로 사이좋게 지내며 매일 축제를 벌이며 살게 될 수 있을 겁니다.
Oh, if that's what you want to call it.
모험가님은 잔인하고 못된 혈기들을 중간에 세는 걸 까먹었다. 아무튼 무지무지 많이 죽이셨답니다.
Yeah, we did. Killed literal dozens of them.
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가? 아니야, 너도.
Okay, I thought we were at 717. I don't know why. Okay, yeah. So
정의롭지 않지?
yeah, so we got just a few more left. Looks like I have to use another box. I was hoping not to, but oh well. It is what it is. To battle. Shut up.
정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
용감한 모험가님의 이름을 알려주세요.
그것이 내가 나아갈 모험의 조건이다.
Never jealous again.
이를 받아들일 마음이 있다면 너의 이름을 내게 말해라.
이 몸의 이름은 돈키호테다.
그 이름을 쓰더니 너도 우리처럼 미쳐버렸구나.
The voice from the announcement system briefly fell hesitant, and an extended silence followed.
모험가 돈키호테와 그 친구들은 판타지 블러드 슈팅에서 1위를 달성했습니다. 축하합니다. 보상은 두근두근두근두근 라만차랜드에서 제일 끝내주는 놀이기구를 타락할 수 있는 길이 열리는 버튼입니다.
So this is the device we have to activate.
용감한 모험가들만 탈 수 있는 라만차랜드의 하이라이트 어트랙션 헌티드 블러디 메리.
So this is the device that leads us to our next destination.
그런데 이런 걸 이렇게 쉽게 누르게 해준다고?
Well, I mean, we did wade through a bunch of blood fiends to get here.
제가 사둔 정보에 의하면 1구역에 들어갔다가 살아서 나올 수 있는 확률은 25% 정도였어요. 높은 확률은 아니지만 그렇다고 낮은 확률도 아니죠. 저희는 그 확률을 뚫고 버튼을 누를 수 있게 된 거예요.
Alright, well, go press it, Hugo.
정보를 사? 그게 무슨 말이죠? 브리핑에서 나온 정보 외에 생존자들의 증언이 더 있었다는 건가요?
여러분들 몰라도 너무 모르신다. 라만차랜드에서 생존해온 해결사들이 왜 고지고대로 귀중한 정보들을 하나 협회에게 제공하겠어요? 당연히 쓸모있고 값진 정보들은 소수에게만 암암리에 파는 거죠. 1구역의 장치를 가동시키기 위해서는 그 어트랙션에서 등장하는 피주머니들을 모조리 죽이고 1등을 차지해야만 나온다고 했어요.
왜 그런 정보를 미리 이야기하지 않은 거지?
서로 신뢰를 쌓는 시간이 필요했던 것뿐이죠.
You haven't done anything yet.
뭐, 난 이해해. 비싼 돈 주고 정보를 사셨을 테니.
맞아요.
그런데 이렇게 수월하게 임무가 끝났던 적이 있었던
Nope, I vote that Hugo should go press that button. So we press this button and our job's done here. It's definitely suspicious how easy this was, but what can we do? Not press it?
좋게 생각하면 이걸로 얼른 1구역을 벗어나서 다른
Listen,
분들에게
I
알릴
have
수 있겠어요.
I have bad experiences with buttons and the pressing of them, so
만연하지 않다. 익숙치 않은 자가 이곳에서 제한 시간 동안 많은 피주머니를 제거하는 경합을 한다면 1등을 하기 힘들었을 가능성이 있다.
그것도 일리가 있네.
이봐, 순순히 나머지 정보들도 다 불어라. 신뢰는 충분히 쌓았겠지.
Oda shoved Hugo, practically threatening him with her odd emphasis on the word trust.
이곳 어딘가에는 반드시 마주치면 안 되는 혈귀들이 3마리가 있어요. 관리자 혈귀들이라는데 살아남을 확률을 높이고 싶다면 그 3마리와 마주치는 건 꼭 피하라고 하더라고요. 한 구역당 1명씩 있다는 모양이에요. 하지만 조건에 그들까지 죽이고 오라는 말은 어디에도 없었잖아요. 라만차랜드 토벌과는 상관없으니까 아마도 그러니까 안 마주치는 게 제일 좋을 거예요. 우리는 이 버튼만 빠르게 누르면
Alright, well, go get it, Hugo.
그럴 순 없네. 해결사요.
Of course you can't.
지금도 죄 없는 방문객들은 모두 이곳에서 고통받고 있지 않은가? 이곳을 관리하는 3마리의 혈기들을 모조리 물리치고 그 죄값을 치르게 하는 것이 합당한 도리이지 않겠는가?
맙소사, 좀 말려봐요. 당신들 친구잖아요.
말릴 수 있었을 때 말려줬다고는 얼마나 좋았을까.
Yeah, fair.
이 극악무도한 혈기놈! 이 돈키호테가 손수 결판을 내리라!
혹시 그 3명의 혈귀들은 생김새 특징 같은 게 있었어?
이거는 200만 안이나 주고 얻은 정보인데
Yeah, killing you is free. Yep, Ryosu's already on it.
화려한
There we go.
재밌다. 일주일 중에 제일 재밌었어.
관리자 혈귀들은 구역에서 제일 화려한 가면을 쓰고 있다고.
그놈 피냄새도 제법 화려한가 보고.
너희 중 누가 돈키호테야? 내가 눈이 좀 침침해진 지가 꽤 되어서 말이야.
때마침 나타나셨네요.
And there she is.
내 말 안 들려? 내가 만든 이 어트랙션에서 1등을 한 돈키호테가 누구냐니까? 가면이 알려주면 나머지 사람들은 보내줄게. 버튼을 누르고 다음 구역으로 갈 수 있도록. 돈키호테가 누구인지
I'm amazed she hasn't spoken up for herself yet, quite honestly.
이자입니다.
Hugo shouted from the top of his lungs just as Don Quixote began to speak. The speed with which he called out her name was in striking contrast with his previous slow, reluctant attitude. Coward.
이제 된 거죠? 버튼을 눌러도 되는 거죠? 구역의 장치를 가동한 해결사는 토벌금을 정산할 때 1.5배 더 받을 수 있다고.
눌러보던가 버튼.
Roshu swung her absurdly sharp scabbard, chopping off his wrist with blinding speed. All right.
류수건, 이게 무슨 짓인가? 동료끼리 칼을 쓰다니. 저런 머저리를 동료로 둔 적 없다.
Don Quixote, he was trying to sell you out.
그건 그렇네만. 냄새부터 배신할 놈이었지. 혹시나 방식에 독창성이 있을까 기대했다만. 이런 치졸한 클리셰 참아줄 수가 없고.
Oh, you would have just let him do his thing if it was interesting.
어떻게 알았어? 내가 죽이려고 했는데. 저렇게 격식도 없는 옷을 입고 온 주제에 우리 구역의 버튼을 순순히 누르게 할 수는 없었단 말이야. 그래서 네가 돈키호테야? 내 놀이에서 1등을 한 돈키호테가?
그렇네만.
Yeah, you got a problem? Hey, Obsidian Guard, welcome to the Picture Coop. Yeah, it's certainly really good so far.
군경에 갇힌 이곳의 수많은 사람들을 구하고 당신 같은 악인을 해치우기 위해서 모조리 해치웠어. 왜 자꾸 그렇게 웃는 것인가?
아, 너무 기쁘니까. 어땠어? 역시 내가 만든 놀이기구가 제일 재밌지. 원래는 저기 장식을 더 달고 옷에도 레이스를 더 붙이려고 했는데 시간이 없었어. 우리 피주머니들은 내가 일일이 옷을 갈아입혀줘야 하는데 복잡한 옷은 다 찢어지지 뭐야.
Yes, of course, naturally.
큰 소리를 잘도 짓거리는군. 본인은 이곳에 놀러 온 것이 아닐세.
And we kind of are. It's the only way to advance, but
끔찍한 악당들을 모조리 처단시키기 위해 왔네.
그런데 왜 내가 만든 옷을 안 입고 왔어? 예의에 한참 어긋났잖아. 내 구역으로 놀러 올 거였으면 좀 더 그럴듯한 모습을 하고 왔어야지.
뭐야? 아까부터 대화가 아예 어긋난 느낌인데?
yeah, it's definitely not. No, each one of them's having a one-sided conversation right now.
얼른 해치워줘.
너는 캉캉 드레스에 리본 달린 부츠를 신으면 어울리겠다. 내가 진짜 어울리게 만들어줄 수 있는데.
Right. Anyway. Oh, so this is where this boss is from. Anyway, now I know. Music is amazing, by the way.
소염옥구를 달고 볼까?
No. There we go, Don. Hell yeah. Damn it. Yeah, made up for it. Yeah, I've run into the unbreakable coins. Oh, double tails, triple tails. Oh, Marcel, you absolutely should have won that clash. Inexcusable performance. Yeah, I've run into at least one of the unbreakable coins so far. At least I've noticed. Yeah, double tails, triple tails. Yep, absolutely. Standard procedure, triple tails. Okay. Anyway, yep, there's another unbreakable coin. You just do your thing. That. Is that fire? Okay, no, it's detonate. Okay, cool. We good.
제프를 따라오십시오.
Hey, Jacob, welcome back. Just in time for the boss. Or a boss, I should say. I shouldn't say the boss. Yeah, I've seen this boss in the mirror dungeons. Nice to see where it's from. All the burn for you. Nah, well, you tried. You know. Unfortunately, you roll the 3, so you can't do anything about it. You also roll the 3, you can do nothing. You roll the 4, so you can do nothing. And where are you going with all this? Oh, you're just hard going for Ryoshu. Okay, that's a bit of an arse. Alright, well. Well, Ryoshu, there is not much I can do to help you here. I don't think I have enough for your ego, do you? No. No, you do not. Oh, defense for you. Let's see here. Which one of these are going to hit really hard? Yeah, go ahead and block one of the blue ones. There we go. And try to reflect as much of the pain off of Ryoshu as we can. But, I mean, y'all disappoint me with your rolls. Go. Pink. Nice. Poor Ryoshu. Oh god, poor Ryoshu. I'll be amazed if she survives all this. You know. On the bright side, pretty much everybody here gets a free hit. So we got that. Alright, yep, no ego for you. Okay. What's your stand? Yeah, Otis. Yeah, it should be fine. Post, huh? Yep. Okay, well. Am I not fine? As you rolled a 3. Damn it. Alright, you have ego? Nope, no ego for you. Oh boy. Oh, here, just go defense again. See what we can do about these AoE attacks coming our way, or at least some of them.
제프를 따라오십시오.
Ow. Meow. Honglu's just taking it. Poor Honglu. Ow, ow. Oh boy, more pain. Yep. Ow, 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 ow. Rude. All right. Do that. And do this. That. All right. And go. Hopefully we can stagger her this turn. It'd be lovely if we could do that. Yeah, like that. Perfect. Oh, we really needed that stagger. All right. All in on damage. Go.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
Much damage as you can, everybody. Ryoshi died to bleed damage, unfortunately, but, you know, not much I can do about that. And, yep. Honglu also dies from bleed. Again, not much I can do about that. Alright, now then. You should have, yeah, you have an Infinite Trial. You don't have anywhere near enough for the, whatchamacallit. You need that one. You're gonna be hopeless on everything because you're just so low level, but oh well. That. We got this neutral over here. Favored. And favored again.
셰프를 따라오십시오.
Yep. Oh, this is our bestie doing her best for us. Oh, Rodion, come on. There you go. Yeah, so lovely. More burn for you, my friend. And of course, we heal for that. Whack. Dead. 410 burn damage. It makes me so happy. Gotta love Dark Flame. Yeah, very, very rude. Mask. Yes, yes, stitch to her face, just like the one on the train, right? The face hidden behind the mask was bloody and mangled, to the point where it felt wrong to look at her in that state. Yeah, you know, I get my kicks, Master Flank. The Blood Fiend's unmasked eyes glowered intensely at Don Quixote as she pleaded. As Don Quixote stood there, stunned by the sheer intensity of the screeching Blood Fiend, a slow voice began to echo from the void.
원래 이발사는 더 예쁘고 화려한 가면을 좋아했었습니다. 이런 투박하고 무서운 가면은 상대에게 겁만 줄 뿐이라고요. 얼굴을 가린 만큼 더 예쁘게 보여야 공평하다고 생각했던 걸까요?
저자도 가면을 쓰고 있습니다. 관리자님, 주의할
Yep,
필요가
I
있습니다.
assume that he is the second of the three.
관리자 혈귀는 구역당 1명이라고 했는데 다른 구역을 담당하는 혈귀일까요? 하지만 지금 왜
He already took care of the group in his area.
그놈이 배신하기 전에 더 유용한 정보들을 남김없이 털어버렸어야 했는데.
젠장. 처음 구역에서부터 대장 같은 혈기 두 마리랑 싸우게 하는 건 좀 너무한 거 아니냐?
확실히 그렇군요. 여러분은 여기 이발사를 상대하느라 더 힘이 빠진 상태이기도 하고요. 그럼 이렇게 하는 게 어떨까요? 당신은 수많은 모험을 하고 돌아온 자. 하지만 저는 보다시피 행복한 미소와 꿈이 가득한 세계.
Oh, great. Another guide. Lovely.
손님들을 맞이하는 안내자일 뿐. 당신의 멋진 모험담을 들려주시고 나면 순순히 길을 열어드리도록 하죠. 당신들이 찾고 있는 보물이 있는 곳으로. 이번엔 길을 잃지 않도록.
What?
그게 아니라면 당신이 이곳에서 수십 마리의 혈귀들을 죽이고 있지.
I mean, in fairness, they attacked us.
안 그렇습니까?
The masked blood fiend in blue, who suddenly appeared here, was clearly speaking to Don Quixote, and only Don Quixote.
본인이 다 말하기에는 입 아플 정도로 위대한 모험을 하고 온 자인 것은 맞다네. 하지만 허튼 수작 부리지 말게라! 보물을 찾는 것도 물론 중요하지만 니놈 같은 악한 혈기를 물리치기 위해 본인은 이곳에 왔으니 이 돈키호테! 악당과 타협하지 않을 걸세!
그럴 줄 알았어요. 하지만 그러면 안 돼요. 당신은 모두에게 말해줘야 하거든요. 누구보다 멋진 당신만의 모험담을.
그게 무슨...
The masked blood fiend raises his staff, and Don Quixote's mouth shuts, as though a supernatural power was forcing its will on her movements. In that bizarre silence, her eyes shimmer quietly.
관리자님이 명하는 것이라면 탄환은 어디든 무엇이든 누구든 관통해냅니다.
Yeah, I know.
별이겠어.
본인은...
잠시만요. 이런 모험담에는 그럴듯한 배경과 음악이 빠질 수는 없죠.
I mean, yeah, certainly. With a flick of his staff, the magician rapidly shifts and warps everything around us. Episode 1, in which are recounted the most wondrous adventures of Don Quixote.
뭐야? 갑자기
Gullible resonance?
떠올려 보세요. 당신이 겪은 모험의 나날들에 대해서.
맞소.
Oh my good God.
수많은 모험과 결투를 하였다네.
그렇다면 그중 기억이 남는 모험 몇 개만 꼽아볼까요? 모두가 볼 수 있게요. 그 이야기를 해보죠. 그 이름하여 하얀 달의 기사. 와 함께한 당신의 숭고한 모험을. 짜잔.
하얀 달의 기사? 그게 니놈의 정체인가?
Probably not, but it's the character he's gonna play. Yeah.
그럴 리가요. 소개가 늦어 오해가 생겼군요. 저는 여러분의 라만차랜드 유람을 도와줄 안내자 산손이라고 합니다. 하얀 달의 기사는 단지 배역일 뿐이죠.
하얀 달의 기사...
좀 비슷했나요? 아무래도 제가 이 배역을 맡는 게 마음에 들지 않다는 표정이군요. 마침 아직 제대로 새기지 못했지만 가능성을 품은 배우가 이 자리에 있으니 이 하얀 달의 기사 배역은 당신에게 드리죠.
Poor Sinclair.
저요?
Sinclair held his forehead for a moment, then looked at his changed appearance in confusion. But that did not last. Even Sinclair's gotten quiet, like something's controlling his mind. Is there a reason we're allowing this to go on?
저자가 이야기하는 동안에는 연기를 멈출 수 없는 것 같네요.
이거 괜찮은 거야?
Nope.
둘은 전설로만 들려오는 강을 찾고 있었죠. 그 길을 알고 있는 건 하얀 달의 기사뿐. 돈키호테는 그저 뒤따라갈 뿐이었죠. 이런... 정확히는 로신한테도 있으니 셋이었군요.
Rochinante, got it.
발걸음 소리도 제각각이었습니다. 기사는 터벅터벅, 로신한테는 위풍당당, 당신은 비틀비틀. 그곳은 누구의 발걸음도 닿지 않는 곳이라 도시의 가장 깊은 곳에 있고 많은 모험가이자 기사이자 해결사들이 도전하였던 고요하고 끔찍할 정도로 평화로우며 오로지 별구름만이 떠다니는 곳.
조금만 더 가면 도착이에요. 그 강을 찾고 나면 당신이 앞으로 묻게 될 곳도 제가 이끌 거예요. 아무도 오지 않을 버려진 등대.
Oh, is it?
머물고 계세요.
지낼 곳까지 마련해주다니 감동스러울 정도로 충실한 친구군요.
알겠네. 자, 이끌어주시.
아니요, 당신은 말이 없었습니다. 어째서일까요? 벅차오르는 기대감 때문이었을까요? 이런 모험담의 첫 장식으로는 다소 밋밋한 이야기였습니다. 박진감 있게 가보죠. 다음 이야기로 넘어가 볼까요?
Episode 2, which treats Don Quixote's encounter with the bandits.
진짜 이거 움직일 수가 없잖아.
이 연극의 흐름에서 당장 벗어날 방법은 없다.
You don't have a choice in the matter then. Let's at least pay attention to it. Thinking back, we've never actually given much attention to Don Quixote's stories before. We considered them to be too ridiculous, too tiring to listen to. I could think of 1,000 different excuses we came up with to avoid having to listen to her stories. Oh, poor Don. Let's pay attention to Don Quixote's story for once. A story we never knew.
이 모험은 돈키호테가 이뤄낸 수많은 모험 중 하나입니다. 위대한 모험가 돈키호테는 많은 마을을 돌아다녔죠. 그러다가 양떼 목장 마을에 당도하게 되었습니다.
양떼 목장 마을이라. 그 마을은 참혹하게도 도적대에게 핍박받고 있었다네. 주민들의 얼굴에는 공포만이 가득했지. 그래서 본인이 무슨 일이냐고 주민에게 물었더니
맙소사, 당신은 근방에 이름을 날리던 용감한 모험가 돈키호테 아닌가요? 제발 고통받고 있는 저희 마을을 구해주세요.
이럴 수가. 마을의 사람들이 전부
If I had a nickel for every time we've been forced to act out a play because of a golden bow, I'd have 2 nickels.
이 돈키호테.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that's happened twice.
그냥 눈 감고 넘어갈 수는 없다. 안심하게 내 모든 걸 걸고 맹세하지. 저 도적들을 마을에서 내쫓아 주겠노라고.
하지만 저들은 고작 모험가님 한 명이서 해치우기엔 너무나 많아요.
걱정 마시게. 지금까지 이 돈키호테가 해내지 못한 모험은 없었으니 그렇지 않은가?
잠깐만요. 뭔가 이상하지 않나요?
무엇이 말이오?
자꾸 누구한테 말을 거시는 걸까요? 하얀 달의 기사? 아니면 용맹한 말 로신한테?
그것은 당연히 로신한테 아니겠는가? 본인은 로신한테와 함께 여행을 다녔지. 로신한테는 무엇과도 바꿀 수 없는 소중한 동료였다네. 그렇지 않은가, 로신한테?
맞아요, 돈키호테님.
No, Gregor, no.
그래, 자기 지금 말로 변한 거야?
자,
He's never gonna live that one down.
모험담에 집중해 주세요. 그러지 않으면 도적대가 너무 많아서 용감한 모험가 돈키호테도 고전을 면치 못할 테니까요.
그 말대로 도적들은 수가 너무 많았지. 마을 사람들이 염려한 대로 쉽지 않은 싸움이었다네.
돈키호테님, 정말 이 계획이 성공할까요?
아니면 다른 좋은 방법이라도 있단 말이냐, 로신한테요.
아이, 제가 생각이랄 게 있나요? 저는 모험가에 대해 돈키호테님만큼 알지 못하는걸요.
나답게 행동하겠네, 로신한테요. 두려워하지 않는 것 말일세.
그래도요. 적들의 숫자는 저희보다 많은 게 안 보이시나요? 물러나는 것은 달아나는 것이 아니고 위험이 희망보다 앞설 때는 발길을 멈출 줄 아셔야 합니다.
저런 로신한테는 돈키호테만큼 용감하지 못했던 모양이에요. 거기다가 협조적이지도 않았답니다. 한낱 말, 아니 신발일 뿐이면서 말이죠.
아,
Gregor's like, please.
조용히 해라, 로신한테. 자기 주인을 이토록 트집 잡는 신발이 세상 천지 어디 있단 말이냐?
The mind of Don Quixote is wonderful
용기를
indeed.
내게 보여주지 못해서 그러는 것인가? 이 돈키호테, 이제라도 로신한테에게 증명하리라. 그렇게 이 돈키호테는 유례가 없는 치열한 일전을 벌였다네. 도망치지 마라, 이 비열한 겁쟁이들아! 하여 이 몸은 전력을 다해 랜스를 찌르고 또 찔렀지.
What in tarnation? All right, let's see here. Oh.
조심 1번.
Yeah, nice triple tails. These guys look like cardboard, which is sufficiently flammable. Dude, the new Paper Mario game looks sick.
이 결투.
부드럽게.
This dude with all his reality manipulating and magic spell casting is giving me Pluto vibes.
본인의 승리일세.
부드러지게.
I can passive skills if I want to laugh. Well, I do want to laugh. And let's see here. Weekly mark on Clash and Flick the week. Damage dealt minus 10%. The wiki gives lost bullying the week. All right. Bullies. Clash power plus 1 attacking an enemy was the week. All right. Noted.
제프를 따라오십시오.
본인의 승리일세.
There you go. You can die now. can also die.
발 장전.
균형이 무너졌군요.
Staggered nerd. Meow, meow, meow. This music is really good, by the way.
초식 1번. 본인의 승리일세.
파워의 시계.
결과적으로 도적들은 전멸하였고 그 마을은 평화를 되찾았다네.
3 cheers for Don Quixote.
님, 저희 마을을 지켜주셔서 너무나 감사해요. 이 은혜를 어떻게 갚죠?
마을 사람들은 보답에 대해 물었습니다. 당연한 일이었죠. 보통은 대가를 받고 의뢰를 들어주는 것이 인지상정인데 그 누가 무급으로 그런 수고로운 짓을 하나요?
괴념치 마시게나. 정의로운 해결사의 몫을 응당 해낸 것뿐.
아니, 어떠한 대가도 바라지 않고 공짜로 저희를 도와주신다고요? 한 푼도 안 받고 정말?
Rodin's gotta be dying inside right now.
그런 것일세. 아, 그래도 정 도와주고 싶다면 말이지. 딱 하나 있긴 하네만.
무엇이든 말씀만 하세요.
그것은 말이오. 대단한 것은 아니오. 무엇냐면 말이지.
어? 그럼 보수는 어떻게 드려야 할지. 저희가 돈이 없어서요.
네가 신고 있는 그 운동화라도 값이 꽤 나가 보이는데.
무슨 소리를? 는 돈을 받고 의의를 행하지 않는다네. 그래도 뭐 정 도와주고 싶다면
Dismembering. Was that Don Quixote?
이런 무대가 조용해졌네요. 슬슬 다음 이야기로 넘어가 볼까요?
돈이 더 들긴 해도 긴급으로 하길 잘했지 않은가?
Next. Second to last one. Have to use the box. Oh well.
그런 건 정의롭지 않...
늦겠다. 뛰자.
Episode 3, in which is recounted the matter of Don Quixote and the helmet. Oops.
돈키호테의 모험은 그 후로도 계속 이어져 갔습니다.
그 유물인가 뭔가가 정말 나오긴 하는 겁니까? 그놈들이 거짓말이라도 한 걸 수 있잖아요.
그럴 리는 없다네. 그자들이 내게 거짓을 구할 리는 없어. 분명 이 근처 어딘가에 있을 걸세.
뭔가를 찾는 모양이군요. 과연 이들이 애타게 찾는 것이 무엇이길래?
지나가는 나그네여. 이 근방 어딘가에 있다고 전해지는 고귀한 기사에 절대적이면서도 찬란하게 빛나는 만브리노의 투구에 대해 아시는가?
그 Oh, this your turn.
어쩌고 투구라면 이 앞에 높지 않은 산이 하나 있는데 길을 따라가 보면 나오는 동굴. 그 동굴의 가장 깊은 곳에서 본 적이 있다는 사람들이 있습니다요. 잘 되었군. 그렇다면 지금 당장 그 동굴로 향하겠네. 그렇게 나는 로신한테와 함께 전설적인 투구가 있다는 동굴로 향하였지. 물론 쉬운 모험은 아니었네. 그 안에서는 무시무시한 봄도 만났고.
으르렁
저게 그 말로만 듣던 사람까지 잡아먹는 곰인 거 보구나.
야, 나 이거 계속 해야 돼? 좀 열받는데. 아니 그러니까. 으르렁.
보입니다. 이번에도 해낼 수 있으시겠죠?
물론 곰 따위가 우리의 적수가 되진 못할 거야.
Alright, we gotta defeat the evil bear. What does it do? Counter of moderate difficulty deals plus 15% damage. And the bear deals plus with less than 50% HP. And in a clash, opponent just might lose 1 SP. Maybe. Alright. Noted. Anyway. Oh, interesting. It's not a focus spell. Okay. Oh, whatevskis.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
일발 장전.
Oh, so many tails on Lou. Just playing. Alright, and let's go defense. Bum 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 bum.
한 발을 위해.
끝내.
따까따까따까따.
그렇게 우리는 곰을 물리치고 전설의 맘브리노 투구를 얻는데
This is
성공했다네.
amazing.
곰이요? 그런 거 마음만 먹으면 솔직히 3초 안에
그렇게 시시하게 끝내는 것보다는 잡게 싸워야 하지 않겠느냐? 응? 책에서 나온 것처럼 그런 거 있지 않느냐?
투구? 진짜로 돈키호테 씨가 한 모험일까요?
Don, what memories you suppressing here, buddy?
내 모험담은 처음 듣는 것 같구려.
보통 다른 해결사분들의 모험담을 이야기하셨었죠?
아니면 저희의 모험에 대해 끈질기게 묻곤 했죠.
I'm not sure. Let's keep listening. What else are we gonna do?
앞에 나선 보람이 있었구려. 그 어느 때보다
All
뜨겁게
right,
타올랐어.
last one, at least for today.
이 검법도
Okay.
손에
All
든
right. It's not a battle. It's just a cutscene.
어떻게 된 거야? 나도 모르게 머릿속에서 이야기가 흘러나왔어.
뭔가에 홀린 것 같았어. 마치 그 장면 속에 실제로 있었던 것처럼. 말이 되고 신발이 된 기억도 생생하고 정신이 멀쩡한데. 기분이 이상하군.
자, 멋진 이야기였습니다. 그렇지 않나요? 한때 인간과 혈기들이 행복하게 살았다던 유치한 이곳의 이야기보다 마음에 드네요. 그런데 그 투구는 지금 어디 있죠? 저 같으면 그렇게 귀중한 투구가 있었다면 매일 쓰고 다녔을 텐데요.
Yeah, I feel like you do already.
안타깝지만 본인에겐 맞지 않아서 쓰고 다닐 순 없었네. 내 창고에 있지.
Ah, yes, of course, naturally, your entire warehouse.
저런
귀중하게 얻은 보물일수록 소중하게 지키고 다니셨어야 할 텐데 언젠가 후회할 일이 없도록. 그 다음 이야기에 대해서도 듣고 싶지만 지금은 이쯤에서 작별할까요? 약속대로 이 구역으로 향하는 입구를 열어드리겠습니다. 전 약속만큼은 누구보다 잘 지키는 혈귀니까요.
Oh, I don't exactly have. Quixote's rage resumed as just the story ended, but she was still stuck in place as though the tail hadn't left her body just yet.
기대되네요. 과연 다음 구역엔 어떤 이야기가 여러분을 기다리고 있을까요? 자, 그럼 라만차렌트의 다음 지옥도 잘 즐겨주시게. 정의로운 모험가 돈키호테.
What was that? It wasn't gold resin, was
무슨
it? I
기술을
feel
사용한 건지
slightly
몰라도
different.
그대로 발이 얼어붙었어요. 최면에 걸린 것처럼.
이상 씨 때랑은 달랐죠?
그 당시는 분명 대본과 함께 연기를 한다는 느낌이 강하였어.
저 혈기만의 특별한 능력인가?
라만차랜드 내부의 황금가지가 특정 수감자와 공명할 때 저자의 고유한 능력이 더해져 나타난 현상 같습니다.
We should probably steer clear of that blood fiend. Faust. We can't continue this story. We shouldn't. Didn't have the courage to tell them what I've been thinking this whole time. That Don Quixote is the hero of the story in which he vanquished the bandits and protected an innocent village. That Don Quixote, whose eyes twinkled with sheer excitement at the thought of taking down La Mancha land, will eventually be forced to spill before every sinner that she is a second kindred
하지만
blood fiend.
단테,
혈기는 놓쳤는가? 하지만 악독한 혈기에게 치명상을 입히는 데 성공하였고 목표했던 장치까지 가동할 수 있었으니 이말하면 꽤 성공적인 성과
Yeah, very
아니겠는가?
successful indeed. We did it, Don.
언젠간 꿈에서 깨어나야 할 때도 있는 법입니다.
But Faust's answers seem to be pointing towards something else. Once the button was pressed, a low rumble and the large passageway slowly emerged before us, like gargantuan parts of a great machine ponderously clicking into place.
자, 다음 장을 향해 가볼까?
All right, and there we are. That is part 1 complete. That's what we're gonna call it for today. All right, let's go ahead and close all that down. There we go. Restart the chat music. All right, excellent. Took a bit longer than I thought between the intervallo and part 1. I thought we would be done earlier, but oh well. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I'm so curious as to where this is gonna go. I honestly have no idea, but I guess I'm gonna find out relatively soon because we're gonna play again tomorrow. Oh my goodness. So yeah, tomorrow will be a shorter one because we're just gonna play part 2, and then on Sunday we will finish up Canto 7 and whatever intervallo or intervallos come after. Yeah, it's definitely earlier than last time, later than I thought it would be, but oh well. But yeah, the time is in fact approaching when we will do this proper. It will happen, ladies and gentlemen. It'll happen. Can you even believe it? But yeah, this one definitely has my attention. I have no idea what to expect. I don't even know. It's like Don Quixote's apparently a blood fiend, and she's got all like these fragmented memories coming through, and it's just, I don't even know where we're going with this, but we got a long way to go. We still got a whole lot more story left to go. So yeah, we're gonna finish up part 2 tomorrow, and then we'll finish up the entire thing on Sunday with whatever is left with Canto 7 and the intervals that come after. And we'll be ready to go for Canto 8 as soon as it comes out. Very excited. But I've already been up later than I intended to be. So I'm going to hit the bed because I got work in the morning. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you for joining me. You all have a wonderful night, my lovely pigeons. I will see you very, very soon. Take care, everybody. Have a good night. Peace.